So in today's session, we are going to discuss about the integration, and we'll see what exactly an integration, what is the use, what are the various scenarios which enforce you to go for integration, and how many ways are available to do the integration. What are the various types of integrations are available in the real world, not only specific to Salesforce. In general, how many ways are available to do the integration, and how to integrate the Salesforce applications with some third-party systems. And upon integration, Salesforce to the third-party system, what are the various APIs has been given by Salesforce by default, and how can we use those APIs? That means ready-made classes given by Salesforce to do the integration. And how can we integrate the Salesforce without writing the code? That means a declarative, programmatic, both. Declarative in the sense without writing the code, just by using some mouse pointers. Programmatic in the sense by using some programming, by writing some code with the help of some APIs which has been given by Salesforce. So both we'll see as part of this integration. How can we go with declarative integration? How can we go with programmatic integration? Both we'll see practical. Now, so let's see the concept of integration. So when coming to the Salesforce, that already you know that Salesforce is providing all the three classifications of cloud computing services. Salesforce is providing three classifications of cloud computing services. Like initially we have discussed in our initial classes that Salesforce is providing the SaaS services. That means some ready-made applications provided by Salesforce, which we can able to use to automate our business processes. Salesforce is providing the SaaS services. SaaS means what? Ready-made application. Salesforce is providing some set of ready-made applications which we can use to automate our business processes. So as part of SaaS, Salesforce has given a ready-made application called as Salesforce CRM. Salesforce CRM is a customer relationship management application or software which is used to automate all your customers' transactions, like all your customers' information and the interactions with the organization. All this information we can automate at one place by using Salesforce CRM. Because by using this Salesforce CRM, we can automate each and every interaction. That means from capturing the customer to till right now, what are the various interactions we had with the customer, the whole interactions. Like how many products the customer has purchased, how much revenue we have generated from that customer, and how many complaints the customer has raised, what kind of services we have offered, what kind of discounts we have offered, everything. The whole information we can automate at one place by using Salesforce CRM. So by using this Salesforce CRM, we can automate all the customers' information. Those may be new customers or existing customers also. All the customers' information we can able to automate at one place, and that we can maintain the 360-degree view of the customer at one place. That means the complete history of the customers we can able to manage at one place by using Salesforce CRM, which has been given by Salesforce ready-madely as part of SaaS. So by using this Salesforce CRM application, we can manage all our marketing processes, sales processes, and the service processes. We can able to automate which will be the part of our business, which will be the part of our organization. Now, but sometimes I'm not only using this Salesforce CRM, I would like to use some more applications. I need some other applications like as banking, finance, insurance, healthcare, like that. So then what we can do? But Salesforce is not offering all these domain-related applications. As of now, Salesforce is offering Salesforce CRM. But in future, Salesforce will introduce some banking applications also, financial applications also. But right now, they're not offering. So I want some banking applications. So for that reason, Salesforce is not only offering the SaaS, Salesforce is offering the platform also that is called as Force.com platform. Salesforce has introduced the Force.com platform. Not only providing the ready-made application, Salesforce CRM, Salesforce has given a platform also that is called as Force.com platform. Then what exactly the Force.com platform? Force.com platform is a cloud platform. It's a cloud platform. That means it's a development environment. It's a cloud-based development environment. It's a cloud-based development environment which is used to customize the applications, applications. Whatever the CRM application has been given by Salesforce, as part of that CRM application, if it needs any changes, if you need any customizations according to your business requirements, according to your organization requirements, if you want to add some more additional features, if you want to build your own custom applications, at that time, we are using the help of Force.com platform. By using this Force.com platform, we can customize the existing CRM applications, and along with that, we can able to build our own applications also. The facilities available. So, as part of this Force.com platform, we can perform 4 operations basically. First one, we can customize the existing Salesforce CRM application. By using this Force.com platform, we can customize the existing Salesforce CRM application. That means, as part of Salesforce CRM, whatever the features has been given by Salesforce, we can able to customize according to our business requirements. According to our business needs, we can customize. What are the features you would like to use? We can make it visible on the user interface. Remaining features we can able to make it hide. We can make that remaining components we can able to hide from that user interface, so that we can make that user interface very simple and very lightweight. So that we can customize those functionalities which have been given by Salesforce, okay, with the help of this Force.com platform. But sometimes, whatever the features have been given by Salesforce as part of Salesforce CRM, those features may not be sufficient. I want some more additional features. So at that time, we can able to leverage or extend the features. By adding the additional enhancements. So not only customizing these existing features, we can add some more additional features also according to our business requirement. So now whatever the features has been given by Salesforce as part of sales application, service application, and the marketing applications, if those features are not sufficient, then we can able to add some more additional features also according to our business requirement. Now, so we can leverage the functionality according to our business requirement. We can able to leverage the features. We can extend the features by adding some additional enhancements. Now, in this case, not only customizing these existing applications, not only adding some additional features, we can build our own custom applications also from the scratch. I'm utilizing the Salesforce CRM application as it is. I'm using the sales application, service application, marketing. Along with that, I want some more applications also. Then what we can do? I want some supermarket automation application. I want some banking application. I want some financial automation application. I want some life sciences domain application according to my business need, according to my customer requirement. Then what we can do? In this case, whatever the application that we are expecting that we need, if that is not given by Salesforce ready-madely, then we can build our own custom applications also. By using this Force.com platform, we can build our own custom applications also. We can build our own custom applications also. Those custom applications may be either banking applications, finance application, manufacturing applications, and then life sciences, pharma related applications, anything, whatever you want, any domain specific application also. Any domain specific application also we can build. There is no such limitations in Salesforce. Any kind of application we can build with the help of this Force.com platform, which is a cloud-based environment given by Salesforce by default. So that we can build our own banking applications, financial applications, manufacturing related, consulting related, construction related, technology related, chemical related, pharmaceutical related, any kind of application we can build by using this Force.com platform. Now, and then once application has been built, the most important thing is not only building these applications, if it needed, then we can able to integrate the Salesforce applications, Salesforce applications with any external system, also. The facility is available as part of Force.com platform. As part of Force.com platform, not only building the application, we can integrate that Salesforce application with any external systems also. That means in order to integrate the Salesforce application with any external systems, we are using the help of Force.com platform. Here also Force.com platform. You know that. We know as part of this Force.com platform what we have. So now as part of Force.com platform, Salesforce is providing two programming languages. The first one, you know that Apex programming. Second one, Visual Force programming. First one is Apex programming. Second one is Visual Force programming. Here also, as part of integration, we are using Apex programming only with some additional APIs. Nothing but API means some collection of classes. That's it. Nothing else. So that in order to integrate that Salesforce with any external system, we are using the help of the Force.com platform. That is, we are using Apex programming and the Visual Force. You know that Visual Force is only for representation and purpose, nothing but presentation, user interface purpose. So the backend business logic, the backend integration processes, everything we are implementing with the help of Apex programming. So through Apex programming only, we are integrating that Salesforce application with any external systems also. So that Salesforce is not only giving the ready-made applications as part of SaaS, Salesforce has given a platform also. Through that platform, we can build our own custom applications and we can integrate that Salesforce application with any external systems. For integration, we don't have any additional features. So those are available as part of Force.com platform only. Here also we are using Apex programming. Don't expect different programming languages. Like as for the normal business logic, Apex programming, for integration, different programming, not like that. Here also we are using same Apex programming. Same classes, same methods, same business logic, if conditions, for loops, everything will be same, no change. But some different classes we are using. That's it, nothing else. Here we are using some different classes are available, which are as part of those APIs. Now, as part of this Apex programming, we are having some certain APIs are available. Through those APIs, we can able to use those ready-made classes in order to integrate that Salesforce application with some external systems. Now, so now here in this case, By using the Salesforce CRM platform, we can integrate that Salesforce application with any external systems also. Now, so now tell me, so what are the scenarios which enforce you to go to the integration first? Why should we go for integration, basically? What is the need? What is the need of this integration here?
If we want to get data from other systems,
okay,
external systems,
right? If you want to get some data from the external systems, okay.
Tap to or Salesforce migrations or
okay. If you want to migrate, at that time also we can go with the integration. Because data migration we can do.
Sir, if we want to do any transaction or any support from the third-party application, at that time also we need to integrate the
right
third-party application with Salesforce.
right
Want to collaborate with other organizations.
another platform.
Hmm.
We need to improve some productivity and quality of their operations.
Like they
If we want to deploy to another system.
No, that is not the, for that one no need of integration. We are having the deployment features are separate.
Something kind of reports and dashboards to other servers, so that can be useful with this integration.
Okay, so for example,
Salesforce.
right
Want to collaborate with other organizations.
Another platform.
Hmm.
We need to improve some productivity and quality of their operations.
Like they
If we want to deploy to another system.
No, that is not the, for that one no need of integration. We are having the deployment features are separate.
Something kind of reports and dashboards to other servers, so that can be useful with this integration.
Okay, so for example, if you want to get some data from some third-party database and if you want to represent in your Salesforce, then we can go with integrations also. Okay, right? Now, multiple scenarios will come into the picture to have that integration. Like for example, assume that I'm building a Salesforce application. But that means by using the Salesforce platform, we are building an application. Okay? We are building an application which is used to automate my supermarket business process. For my supermarket business, I need an application where I would like to provide the online facility. Generally, assume that, for example, I have a supermarket. So in my supermarket, we are offering the various products to the customers. Some grocery items, some vegetables, and then some electronic items. The various different items we are offering to the customers. So every day, so many customers are visiting the supermarket and are purchasing the items whatever they want. But now the situation is, because of this COVID-19, the people are not coming outside from their homes. Because of their safety purpose, because of their family members' safety purpose, the people are not going outside. If there is any emergency need, then only they are coming outside from their homes. So in this case, the customers can't able to visit my supermarket. So I can't increase my sales. For that one, what I want to do is, I want to provide one additional facility to my customers that the customer no need to visit my supermarket physically to buy the items whatever they want. They can sit in their home and just they can able to raise that orders through online. So I would like to provide one online facility inside my application so that the customer can access my application through their mobiles or through the smartphones or through their by using that any browser, whatever, through internet. They can access my application and they can select the products. They can select the products. Select the items whatever they want, and then they can able to add those items to the cart. Add them to the cart. So whatever the items they want, they can able to select the items and they can add them to the cart along with the quantity. So now, once the items have been getting selected, then the customer has to make the payment. Okay, the customer has to make the payment over. Whatever the items they have selected depends upon the number of items, depends upon the quantity of the items they have selected. So now it is going to be preparing the bill. Now the customer has to make the payment over here through online. Okay, through online. So now the customer has to make the payment over. So previously what happened, the customer is visiting the supermarket, he is purchasing, he is selecting the items, and then he is going to making the payment at the billing counter. But now I want to give everything through online. So now in this case, how the customer can make the payment over? For that one, if they wants to make the payment, then I need to integrate my Salesforce application with that payment gateway. It's nothing but with the banking systems. So as soon as when the user click on that make the payment button, then automatically it has to redirect that application. It has to redirect the user to the banking application. It has to redirect the user to the banking application. That means here what happened, how it is redirecting to the banking application. I need to implement some certain features inside my supermarket business application, which will be integrating with the banking system, nothing but the payment gateways. Payment gateway. So now through the payment gateway web services, I need to integrate my Salesforce application with banking systems so that as soon as when the user click on this particular make the payment button, automatically it will be invoking the payment gateway service, which will be redirecting the user to the banking application so that the user can select the banking option, whatever he wants. It may be credit card, it may be debit card, it may be like as net banking, whatever. And then from there he can able to make the payment. So once a payment has been getting generated, once a payment has been done, then it is going to be generating a sales order. It is generating a sales order. Now the sales order is going to be assigning to one of our salesperson. So the salesperson is going to be preparing those items and then he is delivering those items to the customer's place automatically here. Within 2 hours of time or on the same day, he is delivering those items to the customer's place. So now when we need to deliver these items, if the payment has been done, how can we make the payment through the banking applications? That means by using payment gateway. Payment gateway is nothing but one of the web service which is given by the banking organization to connect to the banking system to make the payment, to perform some transaction. So that here we have to buy the license of the payment gateway. Through the payment gateway license, we can able to integrate our application and with the banking systems, and we can able to transfer the amount through online also. So nowadays, wherever you go, it may be any application, it may be Amazon, it may be Flipkart, it may be any e-commerce applications also, it may be Paytm also, it may be any reservation systems like as banking reservation, it may be the travel reservation, it may be the movie ticket reservation, train reservation, anything. We are going to be making the payment through online. How? Because of this payment gateways. Nothing but those applications has been integrated with the banking systems with the help of payment gateway. Those applications are integrated with that banking systems through payment gateway. Like the similar way, what are the new applications that I am building as part of my business? So now to make that payments through online by our customers, I need to integrate my application with that banking systems through payment gateway. At that time, we have to use the facility of integration. Through integration, we have to integrate my Salesforce application with the third-party system, because banking is a third-party system, which is a secured system, which is completely protected by the various firewalls. which is running behind the firewall, so which is having a protected network is available, so that I need to connect to the protected network, the system, with the help of the payment gateway web service, so that I can integrate my Salesforce application with this banking system, so that my customers can able to buy the products through online by making the payment through online itself. So at that time, we need to go with that integration facilities. Through integration, we can able to interact with that banking systems also. That facility is available. This is one of the requirement which requires the integration facilities as part of your application needs. Now, suppose for example, let's take few more scenarios. Assume that, for example, I'm having a Salesforce application, my own organization, my Salesforce organization. Now, I'm having my Salesforce organization. As part of this organization, I'm having my account records. I'm having this accounts tab. Through this one, we can create some new account records also. For example, assume that I'm creating a new account record with the name some Pradeep Kumar. Account site I'm indicating like some pharma. He belongs to the pharma organization. Type of the customer is prospect. Industry I'm indicating like some chemicals or some manufacturing. And the account number I'm giving some value. Rating value I'm indicating like as heart. Phone number of the customer. Fax number of the customer. And the website, ownership, and the annual revenue, account to source, and then I'm indicating that billing street. Billing street I'm indicating like as some flat number, okay, 44401, some RK apartments, some Srinagar colony, and the city is some Hyderabad. State, some Telangana. Postal code, for example, I'm entering 500032. And the country is India. Customer priority, I'm giving the high priority to my customer because he's purchasing some more number of products. And then active status, I'm indicating as yes, he's an active customer. Now, he's an active customer. Now, after entering the data inside this particular fields, then I am going to be creating this record. Now, as soon as once you click on that save button, whatever the city to which the customer is associated, okay, whatever the city to which the customer is associated, that city related weather information I would like to collect. That city related weather information I want to collect. I want to update this information in my separate fields. Now, so in this particular object, I'm having inside this particular object, I'm having some additional fields are available here. I'm having some additional fields are available. Now through these additional fields, I would like to update this information. Assume that I'm having some additional fields over here in order to update the temperature information. So now I would like to collect the weather information of this city. This customer is belongs to some Hyderabad city. So now for this Hyderabad, what is the current temperature I want to collect? Then how can we get this weather information here? I want to get the weather information of this respective city. I want to update inside the fields. Assume that I'm having some 3 fields are available, like as one is from minimum temperature, maximum temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed, like that I'm having some additional fields are available. In those fields, I would like to update this weather information. Now the city to which the customer is associated, now that city's weather information I would like to collect. Then how can we collect this weather information? When you go to your smartphones, when you go to your smartphones, now you will be having some weather apps are available inside your mobile, inside your smartphone, which is going to be representing the current weather information in your area. In your location, whatever the current weather information is available, that weather information will be getting visibility. Then how the weather information is collecting by that application, from where it is collecting, for that one, we are having some third-party applications are available. We are having some third-party applications are available. Like for example, we are having a third-party application called as Open Weather Map. Open Weather Map is an organization. So now there, these people are going to be collecting the weather information of the various cities in the various locations. That entire weather information they're updating inside their website. They're maintaining one application over here. This is the Open Weather Map organization. This application is available, which is holding almost more than 2 lakhs cities weather information is available inside this. Not only the current weather information, historical data also, previous weather information. Yesterday, what about the temperature? Day before yesterday, like that here, we can able to collect the historical information along with the forecasting information also. Forecasting means what? Future. For the next 1 week, how will be the weather in Hyderabad? For the next 2 days, how will be the weather? Tomorrow, how will be the weather? They will be having the next 1 week or 15 days weather information also, we can see. So the complete weather information is available inside this application. So third-party application which has been purely built by using the PHP. By using the PHP programming, they have built this application over here. We can see that weather information also. So that facility is available. Hours information, based on the hours also we can collect this information. Based on the days also we can collect this information. That facility is available over here. So in this case, if you want to get the weather information over here, we are going to be using this. There is a such a functionality is available over here. So we can specify that whether the city name, based on the city name, we can able to collect the weather information also. Like for example, I'm searching for some Hyderabad, India. Why I'm giving Hyderabad, India, simply we can give the city name also. But here with the city Hyderabad, we are having in 2 countries, we are having this Hyderabad city. One is in Pakistan, second one is in India. In Pakistan also there is a city available with the name Hyderabad. In India also we are having that city with the name Hyderabad. So that in order to get that weather information, exact information, we are giving the country code also. I'm indicating Hyderabad, IN. So in this Hyderabad, which is related to India, what is the current weather information we can able to fetch? We can see that in the information also over here. So now we can able to see this weather information of Hyderabad. So now it is indicating this weather information also here. Currently the weather information is 28 degrees centigrade here. Now we can able to specify the time also. The local time it is indicating over here. The wind speed also it is indicating that. Cloudiness also it is indicating. The pressure information, humidity, sunrise, sunset, geographical coordinates, everything we can able to see inside that. So now the next 13 days, what will be the weather? Nothing but today is a Saturday, the weather information is available. Now the Sunday, how will be the weather? Monday, how will be the weather? 1st June, 2nd June, like that we can see the forecasting information for the next the 13 days also. Till June 11th, what will be the temperature here in Hyderabad? We can able to track. So in this case, the complete weather information is available inside this application itself. So how these people are going to be collecting the weather information? Because when coming to this organization, they're having the various branches. In those branches, they're having the weather stations are available. Okay, in those branches, they're having the weather stations are available. So now almost they're having 4,000 weather stations are available. They're having almost the 4,000 weather stations are available. Through those weather stations, they're going to be collecting the weather information. Okay, related to the almost 2 lakhs cities information. 2 lakhs cities information they're collecting over here. 2 lakhs cities weather information they're collecting over here. That facility is available to you. So now when coming to the Open Weather Map application, Open Weather Map is an organization which is going to be providing the weather information belongs to the various cities which are available inside the entire world. Not only India related, not only US related, all the cities in the globally, they are going to be collecting the weather information. If you want to get the current weather information over here, when you go to this documentation, we can able to verify. They're indicating clearly here. So now in this case, they're indicating access the current weather data for any location on the earth, including over 2 lakhs cities. That means almost 2 lakhs cities weather information they're collecting. How current weather is frequently updated inside this particular the application, okay, based on the global models of the data from more than 40,000 weather stations. They're having the various weather stations are available in the different countries. Through these weather stations, they are going to be collecting the current weather information of the various cities. That information they're updating inside this application. From there, we can able to collect the data also. So now in this case, they're indicating not only the current weather information. So now here, observe this one here, they're maintaining that we provide 40-year historical weather data for any location. That means what? So now in the last 40 years, so now what about that weather information at that time? 10 years back, we can so-and-so date what is the weather information, what is the weather temperature in some so-and-so location. They will provide last 40 years data, they will provide historical data. That means older data, so they will provide. So that much of capability is available as part of this application. So now in this case, whatever the application that you have inside your smartphones, in your smartphones, you are having some weather related applications are there, which is indicating the current weather, the current temperature information about that area, location, that will be collecting through with the help of integrating with this kind of applications. Because that small app is not having the capability, that is not having any sensors to measure that current temperature of that area here. It is integrating. Whenever your internet has been on, it will be integrating. It is connecting to that weather map application internally. It will collect the weather information, it is updating inside your mobile. This is the internal process, nothing but that is purely integrated. Now, so in this case, each and every mobile app is internally integrating with this kind of weather applications. It is collecting the weather information, and that information will be getting visible to you inside your mobile device, so that we can see what is the current temperature in that area. Like the similar way here also, now what I want to do, this is a third-party application. It is a third-party organization. Now what I want to do, as soon as whenever I'm entering some city name, Hyderabad, so now this is a city name, I will pass to this particular application. I want to integrate my Salesforce with this open weather map application. Now as soon as once you click on the save button, now automatically I want to pass the city name to this open weather map application. It has to collect that weather information. It has to update into my Salesforce instance. So that I would like to collect that weather information of that respective city to which the customer is associated. So in this case, how can we collect this information? At that time, we have to integrate the Salesforce application with this weather map applications also. With this kind of third-party applications, we can able to integrate. So in these kind of situations, we can go with that integration facilities where I'm integrating my Salesforce application with this open weather map as well. We'll see how can we integrate, okay, how to integrate the Salesforce with this open weather map application also. We'll see practically as well. For that one, this open weather map application is going to be providing an API, nothing but some ready-made classes to integrate. Because generally, as of now, we have developed so many features as part of our development or configuration. But when coming to the integration, integration is not a one-man's job. Integration is not a one-man's job. Integration belongs to the team's jobs. It involves two teams. Nothing but here from Salesforce side, we are going to be supporting to that application. Nothing but from the third-party application side, we need some input. We need some input. Like us, whatever the way two people are communicating in the real world. Whatever the way two people we are communicating in the real world, like the similar way, I want to make two applications can communicate with each other. This is my Salesforce application. This is the open weather map application. Now I want to provide the communication between these applications. I want to provide that handshake between these applications. These two applications can talk to each other. So now my Salesforce application will pass the city name, and this open weather map application will provide the response over here. So that I want to make the two applications can talk to each other. For that reason, we are using integration. Integration is not a one-man's job. Integration is a two teams job. Two teams has to collaboratively work. Now, in this case here, the third-party application, we don't know what is the third-party application will do, what is the capability of the third-party system, we don't know. At that time, from this third-party system side, we need some person who can support us. That means what the third-party system is expecting, what input values are required, how many input values are required, what type of values are required, in which format it is required, and then in which format it is sending the response to us. Then here, based on that, we need to provide the input values. It is giving the response to us. Then we need to collect that response and we need to parse in our own format wherever you want to represent. So in this case, integration is not a one man's job. Integration is a two teams job. So two teams have to be work collaboratively in order to integrate that Salesforce with third-party applications. So in this case, whenever if you want to integrate that, then we should be having some communication paths. Those are called as endpoints. Those are called as endpoint. So in this case, here, when coming to that third-party system, also they're providing some set of APIs. They're providing some set of API through which we can able to integrate. For that reason, we can go to that API documentation. They are going to be indicating this is the API, web service API. For this one, we have to pass the city name along with that application ID, nothing but your application key. We have to pass your application key or your API key. Based on that, we can able to integrate, we can able to invoke, and we can able to collect that respective cities weather information also. So now they're indicating that in which format we need to connect, nothing but how to connect to the system over here. This is the URL to which we need to connect. Whenever we are connecting to this one here, how it is providing the response over here. We can see the response also. Response also will be nothing but the API response will be look like this. Okay, API response will be look like this over. So this is the response it will be representing here. But this is nothing but JSON format. This is called as JSON format of response. We'll see what exactly the JSON, what is the JSON format, how to represent everything. We'll see JSON also as part of this integration. Whenever I'm passing the city name, based on that city name, we can able to get that response like this. Then we need to pass this response. We need to collect each and every value, minimum temperature, maximum temperature, pressure value, humidity value, wind speed, everything we can collect, and then we can update into our Salesforce instance. We can store into our database wherever you want. That facility is available here. In these kind of situations, we can go with that integrations also. Now, sometimes, for example, sometimes you can raise a question. In application requirement, sometimes we need to be integrating. Like, as soon as once you click on that save button, my record has to be get saved. Once a record has been getting saved successfully, then immediately I want to show a Google map over here. Here, I would like to show one Google map based on this address. Whatever the address they have mentioned, based on that flat number, apartment name, and then street information which they have mentioned, along with the city, based on this one, I would like to collect that geographical coordinates. That means the latitude and the longitude values, and based on that latitude and longitude, I want to show a Google map over here. Google Map is what? It's not an inbuilt feature of Salesforce. It's a third-party application related to the Google. So if you want to generate the Google map, what we need that geographical coordinates, like as latitude, longitude. How can we collect that? For that one, we are having the geocodes is a separate web service. It's a third-party application. Now, geocoding API. A separate API has been given by the Google people. Geocoding API. So geocoding API is a separate platform which is maintaining by the Google people. Whenever you are passing some address, if you are passing some address, like for example, it is a URL here, maps.googleapis.com, maps.apis geocode. So now if you are passing some address, like as address equals to, this is the address over here, address equals to 1600 Amphitheater Park View, Mountain View, and then California. And then your application key. If you're passing this address, based on this address, it is going to be providing the respective, okay, the geographical coordinates. It is going to be returning the geographical coordinates. So this is the address which we have mentioned over here. So this is the address which we have supplied. If I'm passing the address, it is providing that latitude value and the longitude value. Latitude value and the longitude value. Based on this latitude value and the longitude value, we need to generate that Google map. To get this particular latitude and longitude, we have to integrate that with J-coding API. Suppose if you want to generate the Google Maps, then we have to use Google Map API separate. Now, Google Map API is separate over here. So first of all, we have to get that respective latitude and longitude values, and based on this latitude and the longitude values, we are going to be passing that values to the Google Map so that we can able to generate that Google Map also based on that latitude and the longitude values as well. So in this case, some different formats are available. Different formats are available. Just you want a route map, or just you want some addresses also, or you want any other navigations also, or the traffic information also in these locations, in that areas. If you want those information, they will be having the different pricings over here. Google is going to be charging the different pricing over here. So now pricing for the route maps over here. Only the static maps, dynamic maps. For the street view also different that charging over here. Dynamic street views that charging some different pricing over here. So like that here they are providing the different mappings. When you go to the routes, only for the direction they are charging $5, and the direction advanced. Okay, directions advanced. Like as I get directions for transit, biking, driving or walking at that time. So advanced driving, say advanced the directions information, distance and matrix here, and then roads information, nearest roads also, speed limits also. Like that, they're charging some different information. Places, for the places they're indicating over here. To find that places, to find that a place of photos of that places also. Current location, geolocation, based on the time zones, they're charging some different pricing. So now here in this case, what happened? We are going to be collecting these kind of APIs to integrate with our Salesforce. So in this case, whenever if you want to integrate your Salesforce application with this kind of third-party applications, then we can able to go with that the integration facilities. Through integration, we can able to integrate that Salesforce application with any external systems also. That facility is available to you. That may be with the weather map applications also. It may be with the Google Maps also, with some Java applications also, .NET applications also, SAP also, other third-party databases also, ERP applications also, e-commerce applications also, banking systems also. With any system we can able to integrate. That facility is available. So in this case, integration is used to provide the communication between the multiple applications. Provide the communication between the disparate applications which are purely developed by using two different programming languages which are running on two different platforms. So to provide the communication between the two different applications, we are using the feature called as integrations. Now, so why? Because is when you go to that organizations, okay, when you go to that organizations, for example, come to a general scenario, let me explain. Assume that, for example, I'm having a supermarket business. I'm having a supermarket business. As part of my business, we are having so many departments are available. Like we are having a vendor management department. As integrations. Now, so why? Because is when you go to that organizations, okay, when you go to that organizations, for example, come to a general scenario, let me explain. Assume that, for example, I'm having a supermarket business. I'm having a supermarket business. As part of my business, we are having so many departments are available. Like we are having a vendor management department. What this vendor management department will do, now these people's main job is they have to collect the various vendors. Because if I'm providing some products to the supermarket, that means all these products we are manufacturing. No. In our supermarket, I'm providing some vegetables, some fruits, grocery items, electronic items, wardrobe, so many things. But all these things we are manufacturing. No. These are not manufacturing by ourselves. Fruits we are collecting from a different vendor. And the vegetables from a different vendor. Grocery items from different vendors. Electronic items from different vendors. And then wardrobes from different vendors. So we are collecting the items, all this from the different vendors or different distributors, and we are placing all the items at one place so that the customer can come to my supermarket, they can buy all the items, whatever they want, at one shot. For that reason here, to collect all the vendors' information, nothing but the people who are going to be providing the items, those claims information they will collect, those vendors' information they will collect. Now, after that, we are having the sales department. So now inside my supermarket, we are having so many sales people are available who are going to be keep on selling out the products here. They're generating the bills and everything. We are having the finance department who are taking care of the financial responsibility. That means how much revenue we have generated, so how much amount we need to pay to the vendors, everything. So now how many items you have collected from this vendor, everything will be taken care by the finance team. And then we are having the HR department. So we are having the various departments are available as part of my supermarket business. Now, as part of this vendor management department, to store all this information, to manage this vendor related information, we are using a Java application. We are using a Java-based application to automate all the vendors' information. So today, how many products we have collected from this vendor? So what is the quantity? What is the price of each and every item? And from the second vendor, how many items we have collected? Everything we can able to automate this whole information by using a Java application. For the sales-related information, we are going to maintaining by using an SAP application. And the finance related information we are managing by using the Salesforce application. HR related information we are using some Oracle or some Microsoft document by using the Microsoft document based application. That means what in each and every department we are using some different application which has been developed by using the different programming languages. As part of this vendor management department, I'm using a Java application. As part of sales department, SAP application. For the financial automation, Salesforce application. For the HR automation, MS.NET based application. That means different applications we are using. But at the end of the day, I need a consolidated report. But at the end of the day, I need a consolidated report that how many items we have collected from the different vendors. What is the stock initially today morning? How many items are available in my supermarket today morning here? And then by end of the day, by end of the day, so now I need a consolidated report. Right now, how many items are available right now? How many items, how many products we have sold out? How much revenue we have generated? How many employees are working right now? Everything I want that complete automation. So at that time, what needs to be done? We have to provide the interaction between these applications. What are the applications that we have built? So between these applications, we have to provide the interactions over here. These applications should be tagged to each other. If these applications are tagged to each other, then only we can able to collect the consolidated information from all these applications, and then we can able to generate a final report to the user. It may be daily report, weekly report, monthly report also. Now, so in this case, what happened? I need a consolidated report. By end of the day, I want a report. How many items you have collected from the vendors today morning? And then how many items are right now available in my store? How many items we have sold out? how much revenue we have generated, how many customers has visited. So everything I need to track. I want an automated process. I want a consolidated report. At that time, so we need to collect the data from the Java application, SAP application, and the Salesforce application, .NET application, and then I need to generate a consolidated report. So for that reason, we need to make these applications to get communicate with each other. Even though these applications are the different application, disparate systems which have been built by using some different programming languages, I need to make these applications can tap to each other. For that reason, we are going to be using this integration. So that normally when coming to a business, we are not only using a single application to automate the entire business process, we are going to be using different applications, and we need to make those applications to get integrated to make it as a whole, to make it as a single. So for that reason here also, we are going to be using different applications and we can make it integrated with each other. These are the various scenarios which came into that integration features, which especially enforce you to go to that integration. Don't expect, if you're having multiple departments, everybody is using the same application, not like that. Department wise, they're using some different applications. Like for example, let me give you one small scenario. When you go to the bank, bank is offering two types of services to you basically here. One is core banking services, like as account opening, deposit, withdraw facility, checkbook facility, online banking, DD facility. These are all they're implementing through core banking. Second one, mortgage facility. Mortgage means what? Loans. So now in this case, what happened? The bank people are using the two different applications over here. For the core banking, the bank people are using that Finacle. Finacle is a product which has been developed by the Infosys. It's a product of Infosys. Each and every banking organization, private banking sector, also government banking sectors also. Everybody is using Finacle in India. And then for the loans, they are going to be using a product called as FinOne. FinOne is a separate product which has been especially designed for the loans processes. Especially for the loans processes, the people are using FinOne in the product. Finacle is for core banking, FinOne is for mortgage. That means what? In the banking also they are using different products. For the loans process, they are using FinOne. For the basic core banking services, they are using Finacle. So in this case, even though these two are different applications, these two will be integrating because the customer is taking so many loans. Whenever I'm opening the customer record, I can see all my loans information also. What are the loans that I have taken from different banks? Okay, what is the outstanding amount? And then what are the credit cards that I'm utilizing? Everything we can able to see in one shot. How? Because these applications are integrated with each other. Whenever you are logging into your banking application, I can see my loans information also. What are the various loans that I have? What kind of loans that we have? Personal loan, jewelry loan, home loan, everything will be getting listed out. But loans information is inside that FinOne application. But that will be we can access through Finacle. So in this case, what happened? Even though when coming to the organization, we are having the different departments. In each and every department, we are using some different applications. Those applications we can able to integrate here. In this kind of situations, integration is a mandatory feature everywhere. You can go with any organization, definitely they will be having the integration facilities. So that here, integration is a feature which is used to make the two applications can talk to each other, two applications can communicate with each other. Now, so now here in this case, now let's see what exactly the integration, what are the various ways are available to do the integration. When coming to the integrations, whenever if you want to do the integration, we have two ways are available. Okay, we have two ways to integrate. Integrate the Salesforce with the third-party systems. Whenever we are integrating that Salesforce with some external systems, we have two ways are available. Okay, we have two ways are available to integrate that Salesforce application with some external systems. now. So in this case, whenever we are going to be integrating that Salesforce with any third-party systems, we have two ways are available to integrate that Salesforce with some external systems over there. Now, what are those? First one is without coding, nothing but declarative integration. Declarative integration. Second one, programmatic integration. Programmatic integration. Declarative integration means what? Whenever you are integrating Salesforce with some third-party applications. Whenever you are integrating the Salesforce with the third-party applications, okay, we have two ways are available: declarative and programmatic. Declarative means what? Without coding. Without coding, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with the third-party systems. Second one, with the coding. Okay, with the coding, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with the third-party systems. Then what do you mean by declarative? That means without writing any code, without using any programming languages, without using any APIs, just by using some mouse clicks also, we can able to integrate Salesforce with some third-party systems. Then how can we do that over here? How can we implement declarative integrations? Declarative integration can be implemented with the help of two ways. The first one is by using integration tools. Now, what are those? First one is without coding, nothing but declarative integration. Declarative integration. Second one, programmatic integration. Programmatic integration. Declarative integration means what? Whenever you are integrating Salesforce with some third-party applications. Whenever you are integrating the Salesforce with the third-party applications, okay, we have two ways are available: declarative and programmatic. Declarative means what? Without coding. Without coding, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with the third-party systems. Second one, with the coding. Okay, with the coding, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with the third-party systems. Then what do you mean by declarative? That means without writing any code, without using any programming languages, without using any APIs, just by using some mouse clicks also, we can able to integrate Salesforce with some third-party systems. Then how can we do that over here? How can we implement declarative integrations? Declarative integration can be implemented with the help of two ways. The first one is by using integration tools. By using integration tools. These are also called as EAI tools. Enterprise application integration tools. Okay, enterprise application integration tools. We have so many integration tools are available in our IT industry. Like for example, we have TIPCO. TIPCO is one integration tool. Web methods. CBeyond. CBeyond is also one of the integration tools. And the Microsoft Vista. Microsoft Vista is also one of the integration tools. We are having Dell Boomi. So now from Dell organization, we are having an integration tool that is called as a Boomi. Dell Boomi is also one of the integration tool to integrate that Salesforce with some external systems. And then we have Informatica Cloud. Informatica Cloud is one of the product through which we can able to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems. Along with that, MuleSoft. Previously, MuleSoft is a separate organization, but right now MuleSoft comes under Salesforce now. MuleSoft has been acquired by Salesforce. And then, along with that, we are having some App Exchange products. App Exchange products. As part of App Exchange, we are having so many products are available over here. We can use some integration tools like as TIPCO, Web Methods, CBeyond, Microsoft Vista, Dell's Boomi, Informatica Cloud, Salesforce MuleSoft, and then we are having the app action products. Along with that, we are having some Jitterbit. Jitterbit is also one of the integration tools, and along with that, we are having the cast iron. Like that, we have so many integration tools are available in our IT industry. Through these tools, we can able to integrate. Along with that, we are having some specific products are also available as part of App Exchange. Inside that App Exchange, we are going to be using this App Exchange products also. Now, so now along with that, now in this case, so now we are having this App Exchange products also. When you go to that Salesforce App Exchange, we can see so many products related to integration feature. Like for example, when you go to that App Exchange, as part of this App Exchange, you know how to open this App Exchange, what are the applications are available, you are aware of. In our initial concept, we have discussed. When you go to this App Exchange, you will be having one category called as especially integration. So now as part of this integration, we can able to see what are the various App Exchange products are available, which are especially designed for integration of Salesforce with some third-party applications. Now we can able to use that. That is nothing but data loader.io. This is one of the tools. Jitterbit. And then we are having the eShop synchronization over here for the eShopify. And then Salesforce connector and the Jira tool. For the Jira, we can integrate with that Salesforce. And then we are having the simple import in order to import the data over here. And then Graph SQL, we can able to connect the Salesforce with any database, and we can able to execute that query, get the data we can able to represent in the form of the pictorial format. And then we are having the Agile Connect over here. Salesforce, we can able to interact with the Jira tool also here. We can able to integrate. So like that, here we are going to be having the various integration tools are available. Okay, we are having various integration tools are available through which we can able to integrate your Salesforce with that others third-party applications. Now, so like that, if you want to see some more, then click on show more. We can able to see. Salesforce to Outlook also we can integrate. Salesforce to Gmail also we can integrate. Salesforce to WhatsApp also we can integrate. Like that, so many applications are available as part of this integration domain. So that here we can able to collect all those applications as well here. So now in this case, by using this particular App Exchange products, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with any external systems also without writing any code. Now, so along with that here, the second one, as part of the Salesforce organization, okay, as part of my Salesforce organization, we are having one specific feature given by Salesforce, Salesforce to Salesforce integration. Whenever you are going to be integrating that Salesforce to Salesforce to transfer the data, at that time we are going to be using Salesforce to Salesforce integration feature, which has been given by Salesforce by default. It is an inbuilt feature of Salesforce. We no need to install anything. It's not an App Exchange product. It's a ready-made feature given by Salesforce as part of your organization. Let me show you. When you go to your Salesforce organization, here we are having a feature called as Salesforce to Salesforce. Go to that customize. Here we are having an option called as Salesforce to Salesforce. That means we can able to integrate one Salesforce instance with another Salesforce instance without writing any code, just by using nose pointers. We'll see tomorrow we are discussing about this Salesforce to Salesforce integration. Without writing any code, how can we connect two Salesforce organization that may be from two different regions also? Those may not be in the same region. Those may not be in the same server. Those may be from different servers also. Those may be from different regions also. How can we pass the data? How to transfer the records from one Salesforce organization to another Salesforce organization? We'll see with the help of this Salesforce to Salesforce integration facility in Salesforce. So this is one inbuilt facility which have been given by Salesforce. Here we'll see how to implement this functionality step by step. Practical part we'll see in tomorrow's session. And then, along with that, Salesforce is providing one platform, a separate platform given by Salesforce that is called as Heroku platform. Heroku platform has been defined by Salesforce, implemented by Salesforce, especially for the integration of Salesforce with some third-party applications. So in this case, these are the various ways are available here. Okay, these are the various ways are available. Whenever if you want to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems, we have the first way is a declarative. That means without writing any code, just by using mouse pointers, we can integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems as well. For that one, we are using integration tools like the TIPCO, Web Methods, CBR, Microsoft Vista, Dell's Boomi, Informatica Cloud, MuleSoft, Jitterbit, Cast Iron, and the various app exchange products are also available for us. And along with that, as part of our Salesforce organization, we are having a feature called as Salesforce to Salesforce integration feature, which has been given by Salesforce. Through this feature also, we can able to integrate that Salesforce application with another Salesforce application. Now, this is especially for Salesforce to Salesforce only, not for Salesforce to third party. Salesforce to Salesforce feature is applicable only from one Salesforce organization to another Salesforce organization to integrate, to transfer the data. And the third one, Heroku platform. So these are the three ways are available, which are comes under declarative integration. And the next one, programmatic integration. Sometimes CBR. CBR is also one of the integration tools. And the Microsoft Vista. Microsoft Vista is also one of the integration tools. We are having Dell Boomi. So now from Dell organization, we are having an integration tool that is called as a Boomi. Dell Boomi is also one of the integration tool to integrate that Salesforce with some external systems. And then we have Informatica Cloud. Informatica Cloud is one of the product through which we can able to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems. Along with that, MuleSoft. Previously, MuleSoft is a separate organization, but right now MuleSoft is comes under Salesforce now. MuleSoft has been acquired by Salesforce. And then, along with that, we are having some app exchange products. App exchange products. As part of app exchange, we are having so many products are available over here. We can use some integration tools like as TIPCO, Web Methods, CBR, Microsoft Vista, Dell's Boomi, Informatica Cloud, Salesforce MuleSoft, and then we are having the app exchange products. Along with that, we are having some Jitterbit. Jitterbit is also one of the integration tools, and along with that, we are having the Cast Iron. Like that, we have so many integration tools are available in our IT industry. Through these tools, we can able to integrate. Along with that, we are having some specific products are also available as part of App Exchange. Inside that App Exchange, we are going to be using this App Exchange products also. Now, so now along with that, now in this case, so now we are having this App Exchange products also. When you go to that Salesforce App Exchange, we can see so many products related to integration feature. Like for example, when you go to that App Exchange, as part of this App Exchange, you know how to open this App Exchange, what are the applications are available, you are aware of. In our initial concept, we have discussed. When you go to this App Exchange, you will be having one category called as especially integration. So now as part of this integration, we can able to see what are the various App Exchange products are available, which are especially designed for integration of Salesforce with some third-party applications. Now we can able to use that. That is nothing but data loader.io. This is one of the tools. Jitterbit. And then we are having the eShop synchronization over here for the eShopify. And then Salesforce connector and the Jira tool. For the Jira, we can integrate with that Salesforce. And then we are having the simple import in order to import the data over here. And then GraphSQL, we can able to connect the Salesforce with any database, and we can able to execute that query, get the data we can able to represent in the form of the pictorial format. And then we are having the Agile Connect over here. Salesforce, we can able to interact with the Jira tool also here. We can able to integrate. So like that here we are going to be having the various integration tools are available. Okay, we are having various integration tools are available through which we can able to integrate your Salesforce with that others third-party applications. Now, so like that if you want to see some more, then click on show more, we can able to see. Salesforce to Outlook also we can integrate. Salesforce to Gmail also we can integrate. Salesforce to WhatsApp also we can integrate. Like that, so many applications are available as part of this integration domain. So that here we can able to collect all those applications as well here. So now in this case, by using this particular application products, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with any external systems also without writing any code. Now, so along with that here, the second one, as part of the Salesforce organization, okay, as part of my Salesforce organization, we are having one specific feature given by Salesforce, Salesforce to Salesforce integration. Whenever you are going to be integrating that Salesforce to Salesforce to transfer the data, at that time we are going to be using Salesforce to Salesforce integration feature, which has been given by Salesforce by default. It is an inbuilt feature of Salesforce. We no need to install anything. It's not an application product. It's a ready-made feature given by Salesforce as part of your organization. Let me show you. When you go to your Salesforce organization, here we are having a feature called as Salesforce to Salesforce. Go to that customize. Here we are having an option called as Salesforce to Salesforce. That means we can able to integrate one Salesforce instance with another Salesforce instance without writing any code, just by using mouse pointers. We'll see tomorrow we are discussing about this Salesforce to Salesforce integration. Without writing any code, how can we connect two Salesforce organization that may be from two different regions also? Those may not be in the same region, those may not be in the same server, those may be from different servers also, those may be from different regions also. How can we pass the data, how to transfer the records from one Salesforce organization to another Salesforce organization? We'll see with the help of this Salesforce to Salesforce integration facility in Salesforce. So this is one inbuilt facility which have been given by Salesforce. Here we'll see how to implement this functionality step by step. Practical part we'll see in tomorrow's session. And then, along with that, Salesforce is providing one platform, a separate platform given by Salesforce that is called as Heroku platform. Heroku platform has been defined by Salesforce, implemented by Salesforce, especially for the integration of Salesforce with some third-party applications. So in this case, these are the various ways are available here. Okay, these are the various ways are available. Whenever if you want to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems, we have the first way is a declarative. That means without writing any code, just by using mouse pointers, we can integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems as well. For that one, we are using integration tools like the TIPCO, Web Methods, CBR, Microsoft Vista, Dell's Boomi, Informatica Cloud, MuleSoft, Jitterbit, Cast Iron, and the various application products are also available. And along with that, as part of our Salesforce organization, we are having a feature called as Salesforce to Salesforce integration feature, which has been given by Salesforce. Through this feature also, we can able to integrate that Salesforce application with another Salesforce application. Now, this is especially for Salesforce to Salesforce only, not for Salesforce to third party. Salesforce to Salesforce feature is applicable only from one Salesforce organization to another Salesforce organization to integrate, to transfer the data. And then third one, Heroku platform. So these are the three ways are available which are comes under declarative integration. And the next one, programmatic integration. Sometimes these tools may not be sufficient. I want to go with programmatically. I want a real-time integration. I want a real-time integration. Then how can we implement a real-time integration? So now at that time, real-time means what? On the spot. On the spot. Like for example, whenever I'm depositing some money inside my branch, then it is going to be updating in the another branches also, remaining branches also. Centralized server also will be updating over here. I can deposit the money in the bank, okay, right now in a specific branch from Hyderabad. Then immediately after few seconds, now my friend or my father can take the money from the another state also. But branch to branch servers are different. So whenever they are going to be updating my balance inside that branch server, immediately it is going to be updating in the centralized server also. From that they can able to withdraw the money as well. That means real-time integration. Sometimes you can go with that scheduled integration. Scheduling means what, based on some specific time period, like as for every half an hour, for every 1 hour, for every 2 hours. If you want to integrate, that means if you want to post those transactions, at that time we can go with that scheduled integrations also. Scheduled integrations. Now, in this case here, whenever if you want to do that integration tool programmatically, then we are going to be using some separate features as part of Salesforce. So as part of Force.com platform, we are having few features are available here. First one is for the programmatical integration, we are going to be using email services. This is also called as email integration in Salesforce. Email integration. So I think you might be aware of that. Okay, you might be aware of. Okay, we have discussed about a concept called as email programming. As part of email programming that I told you, so now by using email programming, we can send the email notifications to the people and we can receive the email notifications also. How to send? That means outbound. How to send? By using single email message class, mass email message class. How to receive the email notifications? For that one, we are using an interface called as inbound email handler. So now at that time, we are going to be using the feature called as email services. We will see how to implement email integration also. We'll see practical concept with a practical real-time use case, and then we'll implement this functionality also. We'll see. How can we implement the email integration? We'll see practically. For that one, we are using that interface called as messaging.inbound email handler interface as part of this email integration. We'll see. How to do that, we'll see practically also. Next, along with that, we are going to be using some APIs. Salesforce has given so many APIs to you in order to have the integrations over here. Like we are using REST API. REST API. So now REST in the sense represents because representational state transfer. Representational state transfer. This is the API which has been given by Salesforce. As part of this REST API, we are using some set of ready-made classes like as HTTP class, HTTP request class, HTTP response class. By using these classes, we can able to integrate the Salesforce with some third-party systems also. So nowadays everybody is using that REST API because REST is very easy to implement, very easy to pass the content because it is storing, it is going to be transferring the data in the form of JSON format. REST is purely implemented based on JSON format of response. JSON format.
Sir.
JavaScript object notation. Yeah.
Sir. Then what is the difference between REST API and SOAP API?
We will see. We'll see that. In the further concept, we'll see how to implement REST, how to implement that SOAP also.
Okay.
Now, we'll see both as part of integration. Now, so we'll see when coming to the REST integration, REST API, REST is a very lightweight API, which is providing some set of ready-made classes, which will be very easy to implement, very easy to extend the data between the multiple applications by integrating that Salesforce with the third-party system. Any system we can able to integrate. That facility is available over there. Because REST is going to be purely extending the data in the form of a JSON format. JSON means a JavaScript object notation. JavaScript object notation, which is a very lightweight, which is very easy to pass the content over. We'll see what exactly the JSON concept, how to pass the JSON format of data by using the JSON classes, JSON parser class and the JSON generator classes. We'll see practically this concept also. Nowadays, everybody is using JSON format of API. Everybody is going to be using REST implementation. Especially REST implementation is utilizing by the smartphones, mobiles, and then the various banking systems. Everybody is going to be utilizing that REST API only nowadays because REST is very lightweight. It is a very lightweight, very easy to pass, very easy to integrate with the third-party systems. So that here everybody is using nowadays. It is the most advanced one. It's the most advanced one. The people are purely using this REST API. When you go to some databases, these databases are storing the data in the form of JSON format. Generally, in our database, the data we are storing in the form of tabular formats. There are some tables are available, some columns are available. In that one, it is storing the data. But when you go to some database, like as for example, we have a database called as MongoDB. MongoDB is purely storing the data in the form of JSON format because JSON format of response is very, very faster. Like for example, one small example. Whenever we are going to searching for some hotels, suppose if you are planning for a vacation to go to some Bangalore or to go to some Pune or to go to some other the tourist places, then at that time we are booking some hotels by using the various websites like as makemetrip.com also, or by using some ivivo.com, or we are having the websites are available to search for the hotels like as Oyo Rooms, various websites are available. Whenever you are typing some information, immediately it is fetching the data very fastly because those databases are purely using MongoDB. They're using purely JSON, parsing in the form of searching the data in JSON is very, very faster. That's what here most of the applications are using the MongoDB nowadays. Now, we'll see that here. How can we use this REST API as well, and how to use this JSON format? How can we pass this JSON content? Also, everything we'll see. And then the next one is the third one. We are using that SOAP API. SOAP API. SOAP means Simple Object Access Protocol. Simple Object Access Protocol. This is another API which has been given by Salesforce by default. By using this SOAP API also, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party applications. But this is heavyweight implementation because SOAP API is purely based on the XML format of request and response. That means whatever the request you want to send, whatever the response you are getting, that will be purely in the form of XML. Parsing this XML is a bit typical when compared with the JSON. In REST API, so now we are going to be using the JSON format of request and response. Response will be in the form of a JSON format. But SOAP API will be purely supporting XML. So now XML parsing here will be taking some more time. It is purely based on the WSDL files. So now the SOAP API implementation will be purely done based on the WSDL files, WSDL files, web service description language files. Web service description language files. So we have to generate the WSDL file. Based on the WSDL files only, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party applications with the help of SOAP API. But very few cases will use that SOAP API because nowadays everybody is using REST API only because REST API is very, very faster than the SOAP API. Now, the next one. The fourth one is we are going to be using a feature called as outbound messaging. I think you know this one. You might be have heard about this word, outbound messaging, where we have used this word in the workflows. In the workflow rules, we have discussed about that as part of configuration. We have discussed when coming to the workflow rule is having 4 types of actions. Like we can able to send the email notifications, we can update the fields, we can assign a task to the user, and along with that, we can send an outbound message also to the external system. So now here in this case, as part of that workflow rule, through workflow rules also we can able to send an outbound message to the third-party system in the form of XML format. XML format by using a SOAP message here. Here also it is using the SOAP format of message. SOAP API internally use. We have to generate that XML format of physical file, and then we need to send it to the third-party system. They can able to consume that. So for that reason, we are using these outbound messages. So these are the 4 features are available as part of programmatical integrations here in Salesforce. Now, in this case, as part of this Salesforce, as part of this integration, we are going to be discussing about the declarative integration by using that Salesforce to Salesforce. We'll see how to use this Salesforce to Salesforce integration. We'll see practically, and then we'll see the concept of programmatical integration by using email services and the REST API. In REST API, we'll see both how to expose our services, how to consume the third-party services. Both we'll see practically, because this is the most important one as part of real-time implementation, as part of your profile, as part of interview process also. So that here REST implementation is a very commonly using here nowadays. Everybody is using this REST implementations here. Especially this has been designed for the mobile applications and the tab devices, and then any banking systems. Every application we can able to connect through REST implementation, which is very easy, very lightweight. We no need to use any XML formats. We can able to use with the help of JSON format. JSON format of responses parsing is very easy, very lightweight. And then we are having the concept of SOAP API also, how to implement the SOAP API. Through this SOAP API, how can we integrate that Salesforce with some third-party systems? We'll see practically also over here. Now, as part of this REST API, we'll see how to build our own web services. Okay, how to build our own web services also we can able to, we'll see practically as well. How to build our own web services and how can we expose to the third-party systems, and then how can we consume the third-party applications, web services. We'll see practically as part of this REST API and the SOAP API both. Now, so these are the various features we are going to be discussing as part of this integration. We'll see both the declarative integration and then programmatical integration also as part of our integration course. Now, so now let's see here. So what exactly that integration? Let me explain now. That already we have discussed. What are the things that I have discussed? I have documented inside my screenshots. Let's see. Now, so when coming to the integrations here, what exactly the integration? So now when coming to that enterprise, nothing but a business or an organization. An enterprise uses many applications which is designed to manage the data related to that part of that business. That means when coming to the organization, they may be having so many departments, so many portfolios are available, so many branches are available. In each and every branch, they are using some different applications to automate that business specific data, that department specific data, or that branch specific data. So now in this case, whatever the application that we are using in each and every department, those applications may not be built by using the same programming language. Those have been built by using different programming languages. Here we have discussed. So in this department, we are using Java application. In this department, we are using SAP application. For the finance department, Salesforce application. For the HR department, Office application. Like that, we are using the different applications which have been built by using some different programming languages. So many of the applications have been built by using different platforms. So now integration generally means combining parts, okay, so that they work together or form a whole. That means what? Integration is a feature which is used to combine all these applications interact with each other. To make these applications with each other, to make this application can talk to each other, they can communicate with each other, we are going to be using the feature called as integration. So simply we can say in one sentence, integration is a feature, integration is a way which is used to make two applications can communicate with each other. Whatever the way two people are communicating in the real world, like the similar way we can make two applications can talk to each other, okay, with the help of this integration. Now, so now in this case, as part of this integrations here, whenever we are going to be integrating that Salesforce, we are having the two ways of integrations are available that already I have discussed to you. Like we are having declarative and then programmatic. So for that one, I'm indicating over here. So now we are having the Salesforce application is available. Now the Salesforce application we can integrate with the various systems like ERP system, with some accounting packages. Now, so we can integrate that Salesforce application with some ERP systems or the accounting packages. Like we are having Tally. Tally is one of the accounting package. So with that Tally also we can able to integrate that Salesforce. We are having payment gateways for the banking systems. We can able to integrate over here. And then e-commerce are point of sale. E-commerce means what? Online, like as online applications, like as Flipkart, Amazon. With this also we can able to integrate. Point of sale application. Point of sale application means what? Like when you go to the supermarkets or when you go to the shopping malls, whenever we are going to be purchasing some items, then we are going to making the payment. When you go to the billing counter, they are going to be using a system which will be integrated with the various hardware devices. So that those devices are called as the point of sale application, POS applications. And then we can connect that Salesforce with some third-party databases also, like as Oracle SQL Server also. We can integrate that Salesforce with the third-party system by using some third-party applications or by using third-party APIs. We can connect this Salesforce with some legacy systems also. Legacy systems means what? Which are very, very older applications, which are standalone applications, which have been built very long back, which has been built very long back, like 30 years before, 40 years before they are implemented. So with those applications also we can able to integrate that Salesforce by using either tools or by using APIs. So tools means it is a declarative, API means it is a programmatical. So that we can integrate the Salesforce with all these kinds of applications by using the tools or by using the API. Now, so we can integrate this Salesforce with all these type of applications by using these tools or by using these APIs. Now, so whenever we are going to be integrating that Salesforce with the third-party systems, we have three ways to integrate that Salesforce with some third-party applications also. Whenever we are integrating, we have three ways are available over here. The first one is user interface integration. Second one is business logic integration. Third one is data integration. User interface integration, business logic integration, and the data integration. What do you mean by user interface integration? User interface integration is nothing but now we can able to integrate that application with some third-party systems also, but the user doesn't know that these applications are integrated internally. The user doesn't know these applications are integrated internally. The user will start off, these all are part of that application only, but internally, these are different systems which are internally integrated with each other. Now, like for example, let's see. For example, assume that I'm using my Gmail application. For example, I'm using a Gmail application. Now, so now as part of Google people are not only providing only the Gmail application, they're providing so many applications also. Like they're providing the Google search also, Google Maps also, YouTube also, Google Play Store, Google News, Google Contacts, Google Meet, nothing but that meeting links, Google Drive, Google Calendar, Google Translate, Google Shopping, Google Photos, like that. So these are different applications over here. These are different applications. So as soon as once you click on this particular Google Drive, it is opening this Google Drive. Generally, the user will start off, this is also part of the Gmail application, but this is not a part of the Gmail application. It's a separate application which has been internally integrated over there, which has internally integrated by default over there. So in this case, what happened? When the user click on this particular Google Drive, the user will start off, this is also a part of this Gmail application, but this is not the part, this is a separate application which has been integrating through user interface. We no need to write any code. We no need to log into that application directly. We no need to specify separate credentials. Just by using single sign-on, by using a single user interface, by using a single credentials, by using the Gmail account credentials only, we can access the YouTube also, Google Play Store, Google Maps, Google News, Google Drive, everything we can able to access. That means a single sign-on feature. So by using a single user interface, a username and the password, we can access the multiple applications also. That facility is available as part of this. But the user doesn't know. These are different applications. The user will start off, this is also part of this application features. So now this kind of integration is called as a user interface integration. It can be done with the help of the single sign-on. This is called as user interface integration. Now, like for example, when you go to this user interface integration, like we are having this Salesforce application is available. Salesforce application can able to interact with that Google also, with the Workday also, with the Concur application, with Amazon, okay, with the various the POS systems also, with the various centralized databases also it can able to connect, okay, by using the single sign-on. Through the single sign-on, it can able to interact with some third-party applications also. That facility is available as part of this user interface integration. Now, so when coming to the business logic integration of the data integration, business logic integration and the data integration we can able to do, okay, with the help of this APIs or with the help of this tools also. Now, by using these APIs or the tools, we can able to integrate that Salesforce with some other third-party applications as well. Like we can use Salesforce App Action products also, Dell's Boomi also, Jitterbit also, NetSuite, Informatica Cloud, or the MuleSoft tool also. We can able to use these tools so that we can able to integrate that Salesforce to interact with the third-party systems, like as legacy systems also, financial systems, HR systems, call center applications, and then the custom internal applications. Everything we can able to interact by using that SOAP API or the REST APIs over here, so that we can able to integrate that Salesforce application with any external systems also. That may be user interface integration, or it may be the business logic or the data integration also. User interface means what? It will be redirecting the user to the third-party application. Directly from there, we can able to access those features. And the business logic or data means what? We can consume the third-party functionalities into our local system, or we can expose our functionality to the third-party systems also. At that time, we are using the help of business logic and data integration, which has been given by Salesforce. These are the three ways of integration is available as part of your Salesforce. User interface integration, and then business logic integration and the data integration. Then how can we do this one? How can we implement this one? So as part of that, we are going to be using the various approaches to implement the business logic and the data integration, like as outbound messaging, email services, call-ins and call-outs. Okay, call-ins means what? We are going to be the call-ins in the sense we are going to be preparing our own web service. We are exposing to the third-party website, third-party systems. Third-party system is going to be invoking our web service, that is called as call-ins. We'll see in tomorrow's session. I will show you what exactly the call-in, what exactly the call-out is. Call-out means what? If you are invoking the third-party web service, if you are invoking a outside web service, then it is called as call-out. Call-in means what? Whenever the third-party people are invoking our service, like for example, like as incoming, outgoing facility in our mobiles. Incoming means what? Somebody is going to be calling me. Somebody is calling me. That is nothing but incoming. Like the similar way, I am having some web service in my Salesforce instance that is calling, that is invoking by third-party people. So at that time, that is called as call in. Call out means what? Like outgoing. That means here we are going to be making a call to outside people. Like the similar way, third-party people, Java people are having their own web service. I want to invoke that web service from my Salesforce. So through Salesforce, we are going to be invoking the third-party web service that is called as call out. So that here we are going to be using these features in order to implement the call-in and the call-outs feature. How to implement call-ins, how to implement call-outs, we'll see practically also over there. The facility will be available to you. Like for example, let's see. So now in this case, suppose for example, if the third-party system, this is the third-party system is available for you. If the third-party system is going to be invoking our own Salesforce service, our own web service, then it is called as call-in, nothing but inbound. Suppose if the Salesforce is invoking the third-party web service, then it is called as outbound, nothing but call-out service. Okay, call-out service. That means external system calls your Salesforce instance, that is called as inbound or call-in. Now Salesforce calls a credit check external application here. Now at that time, this is called as okay call-out feature. How to implement this call-ins, how to implement the call-outs, we'll see practically okay as part of our integration sessions by using the REST implementations. These are the three types of integrations are available: user interface integration, business logic integration, and the data integration. So now here how to implement this integration as part of our Salesforce instance, okay, we'll see practically in this course. We'll see as part of this integration course, we are going to be discussing about how to implement this integration by using email services and then Salesforce to Salesforce, REST API, and the SOAP API. All this implementation we'll see practically as well. This is the overall introduction about the integration and the various ways that we can use to do the integration. Okay. So tomorrow we'll see the declarative integration, how to integrate the Salesforce with another Salesforce instance, how to transfer the records from one Salesforce organization to another Salesforce organization. We'll see practically in tomorrow's session. In tomorrow's session, we'll see the Salesforce to Salesforce integration. We'll see practically how to implement this functionality. We'll see. So now one thing is, for the development or for the configuration, the people are doing the practice or not, I don't know. But for integration, practice is very, very important. If you're not doing the practice for the integration, then understanding this concept and doing the practice is very, very important. If you're not doing the practice, then in future you will be facing lot of problems. Okay, so that here practice is very, very important for integration. It's a mandatory thing. Without the practice, we can't understand the remaining features for the concept. So that practice is very, very important over here. Okay. So tomorrow we'll see the Salesforce to Salesforce integration through configuration without writing any code. I will show you that how to implement each and every step-by-step functionality. We'll see practically in tomorrow's session. Okay. So please be available for tomorrow's session tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Okay, same timings, 8 to 10 we'll be having the session tomorrow. Yeah.
Hi guys, so let's see our requirement number 1 for this particular tutorial or course, and we're gonna learn it by doing real life examples. Okay, so the requirement is when a new contact is created, then send a welcome email to the contact using simple text. Okay, so why we cannot do this in before flow? So as you can see, let's go to flows. We don't have an option to send an email in before flow, and there's the reason, obviously, because the record is not saved, so we cannot send email. Once the record is successfully saved, only then we should send an email, right? So just quickly to show you fast field updates, if I select fast field updates, and if I select free form, on the left hand side I don't have any actions, right? I cannot send an email. So let's do it with the help of action and related flows. I'm gonna do it from start. So search for flows, go to new flow, Select record triggered flows because we want to do some kind of automation that automatically send an email to new contact whenever a new contact is created. A welcome email maybe. So launches when a record is created or updated. We're gonna cover this part in created. On which object we want automation? Obviously we want automation on contact. You guys know the drill now because we have already covered the basics in our previous Udemy course, which is fast field updates. Now when I want to run the flow, it is when a record is created. Okay, so only when a record is created, then run my flow. Do I need to set any conditions? Let's see. Okay, I don't have any conditions, but it's better to have a condition. So let's see. The condition is email should not be empty. Okay, so this is my condition. So how I can achieve this condition in my flow? So whenever you have some kind of conditions, here in set entry conditions, you can define that when to run your flow. So we can say all conditions because I only have one condition and I want to say that condition should match, and I can select fields of contact. Why I can select fields of contact over here? Because I have selected contact object over here. Whichever object I select, I will get fields over here of that object. Okay, so email is null false means email is not null, email is not empty, right? So we are checking if email is there, only and only then run my flow. And what do we want to do? Do we want to update the same record? Like if I'm creating a contact like this and I click on save and I want to update the same this record, then I will go for fast field updates. In all other scenarios I will go for action and related. So in this particular requirement, we don't want to update the same record, we want to send an email. So that's why we are gonna go for action and related. See, update any record and perform action like send an email. Okay, and this runs after the record is saved. Okay, so done. Now again free form, it's better. Now on the left hand side you can see there are a lot of options. In fast field updates there were less options, but in action and related we have a lot of options. So to do any kind of thing other than DML, like create a record, update a record, sockle, get a record, delete a record, other than these, if you want to do some kind of actions, you will use this action. For post to chatter, submit for approval, like send an email, and a lot of options over there. So let's see how we can send an email by dragging and dropping this action over here. Now on the left hand side you can see there are a lot of categories, like you have users action, group action, routing action, task, account action, contact action, etc. So for easiness, let's select all and we can search for all actions in all the categories. So I want to send an email, right? So let's select email. So as you can see, I am getting a lot of email alert. If I can zoom in, see email alert, email alert, email alert. This is not the one we want. We want to send, as you can see, we want to send simple text email. Okay, so whenever you want to send simple email, you will use this email simple dash email simple send email. This one, this is out of the box. Maybe you don't have these email alerts because this is my org, your org is different, but you will always have this send email option. Okay, so select this send email, and now the same for every element you have to label it. So label it anything. I'm gonna say send welcome email. Finally, here are the main things. Body means what do you want to send in the body to the contact. Subject, and to whom you want to send email. Recipient email address here. These three options are important, right? So let's see. Subject is something we can say welcome to welcome, or we can simply say welcome and few exclamations. Okay, this is hardcode text. You can change it, it's up to you. In the body we can say, hi, we are glad that now you are part of our organization in a way, and we can say thank you. Okay, so this is normal text too. So this is how you're gonna put body. Your heading subject will be this, and to whom you wanna send an email. We wanna send an email to the new contact, this one. So as I earlier told you in our previous sessions, that when a record is saved, our flow will run. We will have all these fields available in which variable? We will have it in a record variable. Okay, so in record variable we will have all the fields of this new contact. And which field we want to get? We want to get the email field. So we can say record dot, see if I zoom in, record dot, and I can search for email and select the email from the top. Here it is. Okay, so I am saying this is my subject, this is my body, and I want to send email to contact email. Record means contact, newly creating record, this contact. And this is done. We are good to go. Simple. Now you just have to connect the knots. So connect it somewhere here. You don't have to connect it on the circle. No, you can connect it anywhere. Okay, drag and drop it anywhere and it's connected. And you can save it. Simple. Send welcome email to new contacts. You can save it and activate. Okay, now let's go to contact and see if we are successfully getting the email or not. So Sherbaz Khan, and I'm gonna say 1 2 3 4 5. So that's fine. And I'm gonna put my email address. So here is my email address. And let's say save. Okay, so saved, record is saved successfully. And now I have to go to my emails to check if I receive an email or not. So here I am on my Gmail, and as you can see I am in my spam folder. Maybe you will get it for the first time. So if I open this one, I can say report not spam, and now from my inbox I can see, okay, welcome, this was the subject, and here is the text message. Hi, we are glad that now you are a part of our organization. 2 minutes ago. See, I paused the video, that's why it's 2 minutes ago, just to log into my Gmail. So I hope that you guys learned that how we can send an email and how easy it is. You can use the body, whatever you want to type, whatever text you want to type. And the main thing is we can also put something like dynamic name, that I want to say hi contact name. After hi I want to say contact name. How I can achieve this in flow? Dynamic data. So let me cut it and I can say record. Okay, record means the new creating record, record dot name, full name. See, and I can say now paste that whole thing, hi organization thank you. And what I can do now, cut this comma and hi. If I can, okay, I am cutting this one and pasting it before the record dot name. So I'm saying hi Sherbaz Khan, or whatever name we are gonna give it, comma, and then our. So this is how you can use the merge fields. Automatically it will be renamed, or you can it will be changed to the name you have provided in the contact. So that's how you can use it. So let's see if we are getting the dynamic name or not. So done. And when you do some kind of changes, see, you don't have option to save, you have to save as a new version. So new version, save as. Now it's version 2. Right value that isn't supported in a schedule or record triggered flow. Record doesn't support some standard fields. Okay, so it says that record.name doesn't support, so we can say first name. It is a derived value, right? Because there is no name field, there are first name and last name fields, and we can change it to first name space last name. See, $record.first name and $record.last name. Simple and done. And now we can save it. It will allow us to save. See, no errors or no issues, and we can activate it. Now if we try to create a new record on the same email, so this time let's see John Wick. Okay, so now in my email it should be written, hi John Wick, and the email is same. I'm gonna use my same email address, and let's see if we get the email or not. Save. Okay, so record is saved successfully. Now let's go to Gmail to check. See, now I am getting this email 0 minutes ago, means I have just got this email. The subject is same, but this time report looks safe. This time see John Wick is there. The dynamic name coming from record.firstname space record.last name. So this is how you can use any field you want to send email to your contact. See, hi record.firstname space record.last name. First name is John, last name is Vic. And this is it for this particular tutorial. I hope you guys learned something new. Thank you so much. Hello guys. So in this video we are gonna cover our requirement number 2. It is similar to the previous requirement where we are sending email to contact, but the difference is now we don't want to send simple text in an email. Instead we are going to use email alert plus email template. So the prerequisites are, first we have to create an email template, then we have to create an email alert and use the above template in that alert, and finally in the email in the flow we are going to use that email alert. So these are the steps. So without wasting any kind of time, let's get started. Here's our flow, and first we are gonna go to email templates, classic email templates. We can create the lightning one too. Okay, logged in. Now go to email templates. Here I am. I can click on new template. For easiness, for this particular tutorial you can create HTML templates, but for now let's select text, because our main purpose is how we can use email alert. And okay, so folder should be public one for now, and now I can say available for use, right? Checkbox check. Name it as new contact demo template. Okay, new contact demo template. This is just a name, you can name it anything. Subject, again I'm gonna say welcome. Okay, so the same thing where we were doing that in a simple text, here we are doing it. Okay, hi, welcome to our organization, thank you, and you can style it on your own. Regards, and my YouTube channel name SFDC Khan. Okay, if I can zoom in you can see it. Okay, I want some space, and similarly after hi we want to put the dynamic name. So how we can get the dynamic name of the contact, right? So here at the top, see available merge fields. First you have to select contact fields because our flow is gonna run on contact. Then in the field section you can select any field. So I am selecting contact dot, here it is with that first name. Okay, I can copy the first name, paste it here, space, and then I can copy the last name, similarly last name. Okay, selecting fields from here, and it will automatically give you the merge field. You can copy and paste it over here. So this is the dynamic data which will come from, means we will pass the ID of the contact to our email alert from flow, and automatically Salesforce will handle it for us. Welcome to our organization, and you wanna use some different fields also. So we can say like your email is, or your phone number is your phone, and how we can get the phone. Similarly here we can get the mobile phone. Here it is, mobile. Copy and paste, and we can say your mobile phone, and we want to say your website, or your, what's the other field we want to show. Let's select your department. Okay, so copy the department, paste it here, and we can say before department hardcode text, and after a colon few spaces, and done. Right, so this is my template, and the beauty of this template is I can reuse it as much time as I want. Okay, so that's why most of the time you're gonna be using templates, and you can save this. Now your template is there. The next thing is you have to create an email alert. So go to email alerts, click on new email alert. Description means you can provide the description like email alert to welcome new contact, and I'm gonna say demo at the end. Okay, here's the API name. Object, you have to select on which object you want this email alert. So in our scenario we are using contact object, right? And finally here you have to select which template. So we have just created the template, and the name of that template was, let's search for demo. Here it is, new contact demo template. This is the one we have just created. Now in the recipient means to whom we want to send. We want to send email to contacts email field, right? Contacts email. So in this drop down I can say email field. Here it is. So automatically email field means all email fields on contact object. If you have custom fields, you will also see those email fields over here, and you can select any one of them. In our scenario I only have the standard one, that's why I can see it. I have to add it on the right hand side, select it. If you want to give some additional email addresses, you can put it here by comma separated values, but we are focused on just to send email to new contact, and save. So that is my email alert. Finally in my flow I can use that. So on the same flow I'm gonna click on save as and make a new version. Okay, new version, so it's gonna be version 3, and we'll make some changes. So in version 3 I don't want this one, let's delete it. I want an action. Okay, and instead of simple email this time, see simple email, I'm gonna select my email alert, which is, okay, I cannot see my email alert because I have to maybe refresh the page. Okay, so this is my version 3. Let's delete the previous one. This is my email simple one. Let's delete it and drag and drop action again, search for email, and now here it is, email alert to welcome new contact demo. See, I have to just refresh the page, that's why. So here is my email alert. I can select it. Same thing, we have to name everything in our flow. So like send welcome email to contact using email alert, just a label. Finally, here it is. As you can see, there is no body, no subject, no recipient, because all of that is handled in email alert and email template. You just have to provide the record ID, means on which contact you want to send that email. So we want to send the email on the newly creating contacts, right? Newly. So the new contact or the updated contact in flow is referred to as a record, right? So record.id. If you mistakenly type record ID and it's giving an error, just put dot after record and you can select record.id from here. Here it is, ID. Okay, it's fine. Now you can done. You can click on done and we are good to go. Connect the nodes and save and activate this version, because the previous, when I activate any new version, automatically the previous versions will be deactivated. Okay, so I am activating this one where I am using email alert, not the simple email text. And now let's see if I create a new contact, if it is working or not. So I am also using mobile and department. So let's say Sherbaz Khan, in bracket I'm gonna say SFDC Khan, that is my YouTube channel name, and I'm gonna provide my phone number, not the correct one obviously. And finally the department, I'm gonna say which department, you can say management or development, whatever, development. Okay, so it's gonna show me my mobile phone and it's gonna show me my department, show me my name dynamically with the help of email alert and email template or my email. And finally obviously where it should send the email, so I have to provide my email address. So Sherbaz Khan. When I click on save, my flow is gonna run, okay, because my flow is running when a contact is created and action and related. It will check email is not null, same requirements which we have covered in previous video. Okay, email is not null, then run the flow. In flow running, it's gonna just send an email using email alert and automatically email template will be used in that. Let's click on save and see if it is working or not. Contact is created successfully, and here in my Gmail I am getting that email, right? Welcome, this is the subject in email template, and then hi Sherbaz Khan SFDC Khan, this is the name of contact, right, coming dynamically. Then welcome to our organization, your mobile phone is this one, so automatically it is getting the mobile phone dynamically. Also your department is development, so it is getting the department field dynamically with the help of email alert and also this email template used in this email alert. In this email template, guys, remember we use these merge fields, contact.mobilephone, contact.department. So it is showing us contact.mobilephone is this, contact.department is this. So that's how you can use email alerts plus email template and send email to new contacts with the help of flow. Thank you so much. Hello guys, welcome back. So we're gonna cover our requirement number 3, and the requirement is when a new account is updated, and also we have to check few conditions, that if the reset contacts checkbox custom field is checked, means first we are gonna create this checkbox field and we will check it in our flow. If previously it was not checked and now user is updating the record and making it checked, only then what we have to do, we have to delete all related contacts of that account. So let's see how we can achieve this kind of requirement with the help of flow. Well, this particular requirement can be done in 2 ways. So this is the second way and this is the first way. So first we will use get records element. In the second way we will not use the get record elements without using it. So we'll learn the both ways. So in future you have both options and you can learn new things too. So let's get started. First we will create this custom checkbox field on account record, account object. So let's go to account object, In fields and relationships, I'm gonna click on new, and I can say checkbox, and it will be reset contacts. Okay, this is the name, visible for all profiles and available on all page layouts. Okay, so the first thing is done. Now when we go back to any account, we will see, and we should see, let me refresh. Well, this is the way you refresh, and you're gonna see all the cache is removed, so you don't have to refresh like multiple times. Okay, here it is, reset context checkbox. This is compact layout, that is why there are no spacing. If you go back to Comfy, there will be more spacing between. Okay, so what's the requirement? The requirement is like this account and user is now updating this checkbox to checked, and when user click on save, all the related contacts should be deleted automatically. Okay, because the name says itself, reset contacts means delete all contacts, right? So how we can do that with the help of flow? So let's see the first way to do it. First, we're gonna create a new flow. Record triggered because we want to do some kind of automation behind the scenes automatically, and we want this to run on account object when account is updated. Okay, only when the account is updated, and the condition is reset checkbox, reset context checkbox equals to true. Okay, so we are saying whenever this reset context checkbox is true, then and record is getting updated, run the flow. Now here comes this part. We have already covered this one in our before flow, so we only wanna run this flow when reset checkbox was previously not true, means previously it was false like this, and now user is updating it to true. Means we don't want to run it on like it is checked and user is updating something else, and if we click on save, then it's gonna run again if we select this every time. We don't want this functionality. We only want to run this when previously it was not checked and now user has checked, then run the flow. This functionality can be achieved with the help of only when a record is updated to meet the condition. Means previously this was not checked and now user is checking that checkbox. Now why action unrelated? Because we want to do something else. We don't want to update fields on the same record. No, we want to do something else. That's why action unrelated. In our scenario, we want to delete records. So done. Now freeform. So the first approach is we are gonna cover it with the help of get records element. Okay, so whenever this checkbox is checked, okay, whenever this checkbox is checked and user says I want to get all the related contacts and then delete them, right? So first let's get all the related contacts. How you can get records from Salesforce in a flow with the help of this get records. The name suggests itself. So let's get records, and I'm gonna say get related contacts. This is the name. And which object? We wanna get contact object, right? Because we wanna get all related contacts. And how we will find that only those contacts which are related to this particular account, means which account is getting updated, we wanna get that account's contact. So as you know, when user is updating it and click on save, we get this account in our flow as a record variable. Remember, as a record variable. So we can say select all contacts where account ID equals to record.id. So do you understand this point? Record means that record which is getting updated. So we are getting only those contacts which are related to the updating record, which is just getting updated. So only those contacts which are related to that account which is just getting updated. So, and now scroll down. If it is asking, do you want to store one? Do you want to get one record or all? So in our scenario, we want all the related records. Oh, done. And automatically store fields. So means we are getting all the fields of the related context. No issue. We can leave it as is. And this is our get records to get the related context of the updating account. And we can click on done. So we have successfully got the records, right? All the related contacts, and maybe there will be 2 contacts, 3 contacts, 5. We don't know that how many contacts any account can have. Okay, now we know that all contacts are in this get related contacts element. Here are all the contacts, so we want to delete all of them. So as you can see on the delete records element, we can use that. So let's say delete related contacts, and we have 2 options over here. First one is use the IDs stored in a record variable or record collection variable. Okay, so the get records element which we have just created previously is a record collection variable. Record collection variable means there are multiple records in that variable. Okay, there can be two contacts, 3 contacts, 5 contacts. That's why it is called collection. And when you select this option, it is asking you to put that collection. So we have just created that get records element, and we can use that over here. See, context from, and this is the name of my record, get related contacts. And so I am using this get related contacts in my delete records element. Here it is, get related contacts. Okay, so I am saying this is the list and delete the whole list here. Simple as that. And I can connect the nodes. So whenever my flow will run, first it will check if the reset contact checkbox was previously not checked, and now user has checked that. So true means user has checked that checkbox. Only then run the flow. It will get all related contacts, and it will now delete those contacts which we have got in get records. Simple. So save, and we can say reset account. That is the name of our flow, and activate. And let's see, go ahead in Dickinson and see if it is working or not. So right now I have only one contact related to this Dickinson account. Let's see, if I check this checkbox, it should delete this contact, right? Automatically. So I have checked this checkbox. Previously it was not checked, and now it is checked, and save. See, that contact is deleted. And same goes for any other account. If I want to delete this account's contacts, here this account have 2 contacts, right? So if I click on reset contact, checkbox to checked, and I click on save, these 2 contacts should be deleted. I can say save, and see, automatically the related contacts are deleted. And now I can create new contacts, no issue in that one. Now that was way 1. Okay, one way to do this. The second way is much more easier without using this get records. So here is the second way without using get records element. So you should know that delete records have special properties. So I'm gonna save it as a version 2. Okay, in version 2 I'm gonna make some changes. So in this delete record, right now as you can see, we are using record collection, right? We are using this record collection, which is this get records element. We are getting list here, and we are deleting it here. So we can skip this part and directly query what we are doing here, that get all contacts, and then delete them here. We can directly get all contacts here and delete them here in the delete records element. So we can skip this part. So let's delete it. First click on this arrow and press delete button on your keyboard, and then this one too, and now I can delete it. So it's gonna say that it is referenced in your delete records element, so I can remove it from there, or maybe let's delete everything for now. Okay, everything, and this time simple delete record. This is the second way. Remember, I'm gonna say delete related context, and this time I don't want to use record collection variable. Instead, I'm gonna say I want to specify conditions directly here, that which context I want to delete. So when I select this option, see, now it is asking me which object you want to delete directly here, so we don't have to use this get records. In some scenarios you have to use it, so depending on the requirement, now you know both options. So I want to delete contact, and only those contacts where the account ID, same condition, meets the currently updating records ID. Record means the record which is just getting updated, this account's ID, and get all related contacts and delete them. Simple, the same condition here. Okay, and done. And you just have to not connect the nodes, save, and activate. So when I activate this version, automatically the previous version will be deactivated. And now let's see if my flow is working or not. Let's go to accounts and select any other account like this one. It has one contact. When I check this checkbox, this scenario should also work, means this way of deleting records. So I have checked, save, see, contacts are gone. If we can check for another one, try it out. Let's create a new contact quickly and see if it is working for multiple contacts or not. Testing SFDC Khan. This is my YouTube name, obviously I have to write it. Okay, now we have two contacts, and let's try to reset all of them and click on save. See, both of them are gone. So both ways we have covered, both ways, using get records and without using get records directly in delete records element. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, and welcome back. And today we are gonna cover our requirement number 4 related to actions and related records after trigger flow. So the requirement is, whenever new account is created, automatically create same account with same fields, just the important fields, in new object called initial account backup. So maybe you're working in a company and they have a requirement that whenever account is created, we want a backup of it. So if the user changes something, like after a few months account is changed, we always have the most important fields still available in our another object. Okay, so depending on the requirement, this is also a real life use case. So let's get started. First we have to create this object with few important fields similar to the account fields. So let's create it. Okay, and also we will have a lookup field to the account, so both are connected. So go to flow object manager, create new object, and we can name it initial account backup. Okay, initial account backup, here it is, plural name, initial account backups. I want the name of this, means of this particular, to be auto number. I can say a dash and a lot of zeros starting from 1. Allow reports, allow activities, track everything, deployed, allow search, and launch a new tab. Save. Okay, so you already should know how to create an object, what are objects and fields. Select any, and default on for all profile means it will be visible in all, and for include this tab in all applications. Okay, so the object is created. Now the most important fields, let's quickly create those. It's gonna take like 5 minutes. So first of all, we want to have a lookup field that will look up to the account, right? Account. Next we can name it as like account, no issue, and always require the value. It's up depending on the requirement, so we're gonna leave it as is, visible for all profiles. Okay, on layout, yeah, on all page layouts of account, we want this related list to be there. Save and new. Now I want the text field which one will be account name, right? So I'm gonna say account name 255. Next, and it's gonna be visible for all profiles. Okay, save and new. Now another important field is website. So we can say text. We are gonna select text for almost everything because we are just creating a backup, right? So website, visible for all profiles. Next, okay, and save and new. Let's see which fields are more important. Phone, okay, let's have a phone backup. So I'm gonna select text again, although I can select phone, but we just want to backup. That's why, to make things easier, I'm selecting text for everything because this is just a backup object. Next, and save and new. And finally, another important field can be account number, or let's say rating or account source. Maybe it is an important one, yeah, but those I want that field which can be changed in future, right? So maybe first of all fax can be changed. So let's say text, create a fax field. Okay, so these are the most important fields of account, and we want to have a backup of them whenever a new account is created. So the requirement is whenever someone creates a new account here, automatically a record with the same fields, most important fields, should be created in account initial account backup object. So let's just add that in our this application. So here is the initial account backup object tab. You can view the selecting experience, open in classic. Okay, we have to do some things, or maybe refresh the page. See, now it's working fine. Okay, so whenever new account is created, we want a record to be created in this object, right? Let's get started with the flow. Create a new flow, and for easiness, kindly deactivate all other flows related to the account. Record triggered flow, because we want this to be automated automatically. We want this flow to run on account. Okay, I am doing everything a little bit quicker because we have already done all of this part a lot of times. Only when a record is created, okay, and no conditions. We want all the time, we want to back up that account. Action unrelated, why? Because we don't want to update the same account, we want to create some independent object. So action and related records, done. Finally, from freeform, now as you know, to create a new record, any object record, not just the related records, but any object records, we can use create records element. Drag and drop, create initial account backup. Okay, this is the name. You can name it anything. How many records we want to create? It's asking we want to create multiple or one, so we are going to say just one record because we want to create an backup of every record which is getting. Use all the values from a record means, do we want to use all the values from a record collection variable or record variable? No, we want to specify each field of that object, right? Because we want to store only few specific fields. So initial account backup, and in the fields, what fields and what value. So these are all the fields which we have just created, right? So account is the lookup field. In the account, we want to have the ID of the new record, like this new account ID. So the both are connected. So we can say record means the account which is just getting created, and ID. Simple. Similarly, we have to fill all fields, other fields. account name should be record dot name. Same goes for fax, should be record dot fax, right? All the fields of newly creating record. Phone field should be record dot phone. And finally we have which field? Website should be record dot website. And we are done. How simple is this? Let's just connect, and whenever now account is created, an initial backup record will be created for that. Save, create initial backup of account, and activate. Okay, so now let's go here and see. Currently in the initial account backup, see there are no records. Let's create a new account. Account name should be new account for testing 1. Okay, and rating can be anything. Phone is the one which we have to provide. Fax also. Website should be sfdckhan.com. and which other fields we have covered? Fax, phone, name, and what were the other fields? Let's quickly see. Name, fax, phone, website, and account. Okay, all things are done. Name, phone, fax, website, and account name and ID. So let's see, when I click on save, after the record is successfully saved, my flow will run and it will create a new record in that other object. Save. Okay, so this object is created, and if I scroll down, see initial account backup already have created this account record. So let's go to there. From here we can go to this, or if you want to go it from here, both options are available. Open this one and see, this is tagged to my new account, right? This is the lookup field, this is the name, this is the website, phone, and fax. All the things are coming from the account. Now we can update that account and stuff like that. This will remain the same. So we have a backup of when the record was first created. So that's it from this particular video. Thank you so much. Hello guys. So let's see our requirement number 5 related to action and related records, which is called after trigger flow. So the requirement is, on any stage of opportunity, if user changes opportunity amount, then amount of all other opportunities related to the same account must be changed. Okay, all other open opportunities. So let's give you an example. So here I am, this is the account. Okay, so it has 3 opportunities. So if the user is working on this opportunity, for example negotiation review, right, opportunity 2, when user changes, we go back, changes amount of this opportunity to something else and click on save, then what should happen? Only all other opportunities which are open, amount should be changed. Means if I put 250 here, then 250 should be automatically here too, because we are supposing in our organization we have recurring opportunities, right? 5th, 26 5th, 26 7, 26 7, so like this. But we don't want to update the closed opportunity amount because that is closed, right? So it doesn't make sense. We only want to update the upcoming opportunities amount which are not closed yet. So let's create another opportunity quickly to make things easier, that we want to update all opportunities. Op4 amount should be same because that is our organization's requirement, and something like this. Okay, so now we have 4 opportunities. If I click on view all, first one is closed, second one is in review, and we will update any of them, then all these 3 amount of these 3 should be changed. If I change any amount of any opportunity. So let's see how we can achieve this with the help of flow. So in flows, click on new flow, we want this to be automated, so record triggered flow when a record is updated, right? When an opportunity amount is updated. So create. We want this flow to run on opportunity, yes, and only when a opportunity amount is updated. So we are gonna say a record is updated. The condition should be amount is changed true. Means only run this flow when opportunity is getting updated and amount is changed, right? Automatically when you select is changed, you cannot select this option. It will only and only fire when amount is changed. And obviously action and related, because we don't want to update the same opportunity, we want to update the other opportunities, right? If we want to update the fields on same opportunity, we would have selected this one, but we want to do something else, that's why we are selecting this option. And done. Again, free form. Now to update other opportunities, we have this update records, right? So let's see update records element. Update all other opportunities of same account, right? Or you can say update all other open opportunities of same account. That makes more sense. So now here, if we select first option, use the opportunity record that triggers the flow, it means it is asking you, do you want to update the same opportunity? No, means it is saying you are changing amount of this opportunity and you want to update the same opportunity. No, we don't want this type of functionality. We want to update other opportunities, right? Because this one is already getting updated, we want to update others too. That's why we don't have to select this one. The second option is use IDs, means the same thing which we done in our delete records. First we use get records and then we use it here, but we will do it in the second way, like directly specifying the conditions over here and updating that other opportunities. Third option, right? So we have both options available. Either we use this option, so if we select this option, then we have to use extra step, that is first get records and use that get record here. But we can directly do it here, just like we did in delete records. Same here, specify conditions. So I am saying I want to update opportunity, right? Because this is an update records, and which opportunities I want to update. Here I have to put the conditions. Only those opportunities which have the same account ID, this one. So just like I can get record.amount, record.discount, I can get record.account ID. So on behalf of that, I can see only get those opportunities which are of same account. So I can say where account ID equals to get all opportunities, where account ID equals to record.account ID. Here, not this one, this greater than sign means you want to get fields of account. No, we want the ID of account. So this one, AA. Understand this part? So only get those opportunities where account ID meets the account ID. So it is some kind of issue in flow, so that's why all fields are removed. I have to type in again record.account ID, and in the fields, which field I want to change? I want to change the amount field, and I want to say in the amount of all opportunities put records amount, means the new amount of which we have just changed, and done. So let's see it again. In the update records, I have said specify condition, means I don't want to use get records, I want to specify conditions directly here. I'm saying update all those opportunities where account ID equals to, see these are getting closed, I don't know why, so that's why it's flows issue. Update all those opportunities where account ID meets the current records account ID, means this account ID, all those opportunities where account is same, like this, which one is getting updated. Okay, and then what is the value we want to set? In the set field value, we can set any field, so we just want to update amount on other opportunities, and we want to put this amount records amount, which is just getting updated. So that's why we are saying put amount equals to record amount. Record amount means the new amount which user has entered, this amount, and done. Simple. And you can say tag it here, save, update all other open opportunities of same account. Okay, and save and activate. So what should happen right now? All these three are open, right? If I click view all, this one is closed one, so this should not get updated. All these three should be updated. If I update any one of them, I want to update the other two automatically. So for example, if I am updating this one and I am changing amount to 250, right? I am changing amount of op2. So op3 and op4 amount should automatically be updated, and op1's amount should not be updated because this is already closed. Before saving, we have to do another thing in our flow. What's that? See, right now we are getting all opportunities of the same account. We don't want this. We only want the open opportunities. So we have to specify a condition for that. And the condition is closed equals to false. Means only get those opportunities where account ID meets, as well as that those opportunities are not closed, and then change the amount of those opportunities. Simple, right? Click on done, save as or save whatever options you have, and activate. Now if I go back and amount changed to 250, previously amount of all opportunities was 150. So let's save. Okay, so you don't see the changes over here, but if you refresh the page, you will see those changes. See, amount of other opportunities is changed, but not that opportunity which is closed one. So let's take another example. Now I want to update opportunity 4. So opportunity 3 and 2 amount should automatically be updated, right? So let's update opportunity 4 now, and maybe make it 500. So amount of this and this should automatically be updated. So save and refresh the page. See, amount of all three are changed. So that's it from this particular video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, and welcome to our new video, requirement number 6, and this is going to be our last one in this particular course. So the requirement is, when opportunity is marked as closed won, we want to send a custom notification with the help of flow with the congrats message, right? So whenever someone marks an opportunity as closed won, automatically a notification should appear up here at the top. How we can do that? With the help of flows. So first we have to create a custom notification. That is the first requirement. Okay, so you can search for custom notification here. Here it is, and you can click on new. Just give it a name. You can say op closed won. Okay, so this is the name, and it is supported on both mobile and save. Okay, so here it is, op closed won. Copy this API name. Okay, copy this one. We are going to use it in our flow. Now next step is we have to create a flow, and obviously on which we want to create flow on opportunity whenever the stage name is marked as closed won. So let's create a flow on opportunity. Record triggered flow, because we want to do something automatically on opportunity object when a record is updated, yes, and when a record is marked as closed won. So stage name equals closed won. And why I am selecting this option? Because I am saying previously the stage name was not closed won, and now user has updated it to closed won. Only then run the flow. Action related, you already know, because I don't want to update fields on the same opportunity record. No, I want to do a custom notification thing, like something else. So that's why action and related. So here again, free form. So the first thing is we have to get this custom notification type. Okay, this is custom notification type, because the ID of this custom notification type, we have to use that ID. So to get anything, we know in our flow we have get records. First get records, get custom notification type. Okay, you can say, and here should be custom notification type. Here it is. See, it is an object. And now how I'm gonna get it? I'm gonna get it with the help of the API name. So copy the API name, and in your flow you're gonna say name. Okay, you can say API name or developer name. Okay, so API name, you can say developer name equals this one. So let's see if we are getting with the help of developer name or we are getting with the help of just the name. So we can debug it. First we have to save it. Push custom notification on opportunity closed one. Okay, so let's see, we are just gonna test it first and let's see. So without activating I can debug it. So debug, run immediately, and select any opportunity, for example this one, and update the stage into closed one. Where is that stage? Here it is. So let's say close one, and we have updated it and run. So did we get some records? Successfully found records. Okay, so it means we can use developer name and API name there. Successfully found records means it found the record successfully, so we are sure, right? So this is how you can debug it. Edit flows again. So we are sure that we are getting the notification here. Now in actions, let's see two things, because before the action we have to do a lot of things. I'm gonna search for notification. Here it is, custom notification. See, send custom notification. Give it a label like send notification, whatever. And here the main thing is custom notification type ID. That's why we have queried the get records. So we will say this notification type from get custom notification type, this is our get record element, right? Get record which we have just created. From that I want to use the ID field, right? That's why we queried it from that get records. So ID field, done. Okay, here we can say like congratulations, and notification title can be closed one, op close one, congratulations on closing the opportunity with amount. Okay, let's forget about the amount for now, we will do it later. Now here the recipient ID. See, I want to push this notification to the user who is updating that, like the owner of the opportunity, right? So I know that I have the owner ID. Right now I am the owner. How I can get the owner ID? But if I go back to my flow, it says IDs, right? So if I try to get record.owner, see, it is not allowing me to select owner ID. See, that's the issue. So to fix this issue, what we have to do, we have to create a new resource. Either we can create it from manager or we can directly create it from here. And it is IDs, so that's why it should be a collection, means list of IDs. It is asking for list of IDs. So we're gonna say new resource variable on, and you can say owners list. Okay, so it makes more sense, and it should be text because owner ID list, because the IDs will be in this list. Okay, and how I can make it as a list? I have to check this checkbox, allow multiple values. So it's gonna be multiple values. Right now it is an empty list. Okay, I am just creating it. It is an empty list, and done. See, now the error is gone. So I have to use the empty list owner list, and its name is like I have made some type of typo, but no issues. Done. So right now in this action notification, I have owner ID list, but it is empty. How I can put the value in this list? So I have to put the value before it is used in action, somewhere here. So with the help of assignment, I can put the value in it. Assign owner ID to list. Okay, so I want to get the owner of the record which is getting updated, like this owner ID, right? So how I can get that? I can say in variables I will select this owner ID list. This is a variable like correction variable. I have just created it, and here I can say record dot owner ID. Okay, so what's the issue that it is still not giving me the ID? Because I have said equals. Equal means it is expecting a list in value. But if I say add, it means now I can add single value, single ID in this list. Okay, that is the difference. Equals and add. Add means add one by one list. So we are only interested in putting one owner ID in this list. So we will say add. And now if I try to search owner dot record dot owner, see, now I can select owner ID directly. If it was equals, it was not allowing me to select owner ID directly. See, it is expecting a list because this is a list, so it is saying assign me a list. But if I say add, now you can assign a single value. So record dot owner ID, this is a single value. AA means this is a text ID. So what we are saying, in this list, previously it was empty list, and now we are saying add one ID to this list. Done. So after getting the notification type, we are assigning, and after assignment we are getting the action. Now as you can see in actions, when it will go to action, this ID get custom notification type ID is coming from this get records. Then this is normal hardcode text, this is also hardcode text. This recipient's IDs list is coming from manager. Here is the owner ID list. We created it as data type text and allow multiples to make it a list. Then it was an empty list, but between using the assignment, we are assigning a value to it. We are saying get the owner ID of record means get the owner ID of opportunity record and add that ID in this list, and then use that ID list in here. So now this list have one owner ID. Simple. So that's how our flow is completed. We can save it and activate. So let's see if we are able to get a notification here successfully when I change the stage name to closed one. Close one, save. Okay, push custom notification is issue target ID page reference issue. Okay, let's fix this issue. So the issue is we have forgotten to provide target ID or target page. So target ID means we can provide the ID of currently updating record. This opportunities ID. This opportunity can be get in our flow with the help of record variable, right? So let's go back to flow. In actions, scroll down. Here is target ID, include, and just put record.id. Okay, so we are saying target this one to push notification, and done. This was the issue, and we have successfully saved it, and save as, save, and activate. Let's go back and try to update it now. It is close one and save. See, now it is saved successfully, and at the top you can see a new custom notification. Op closed one was the heading, and congratulations on closing this opportunity. This is the message. So that's how you can push custom notification with the help of flow. First, you have to get the notification type ID, right, with the help of name. Then you have to create a new resource of text, right? You have to create new resource here, variable, and type owner ID list, and should be text, and allow multiples. This is important. Here it is. I have already created it. That was first step. Then you have to assign your ID to this list, means add that ID in the list. So with the help of assignment, we can add the record owner ID to this list. Finally, this list is now not empty, means there is one ID in this list. Now we can use that list in our recipient IDs. And with the help of this get record, we are getting the notification type which we have just created, custom notification type. We can get the ID of this one with the help of the get record, and using that here, get custom notification dot ID. So that's it from this course. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and if you have any question, then kindly ask me, and hopefully in future I'm gonna be creating more courses for you guys. Thank you so much.
You've likely been hearing more and more about Salesforce. Perhaps you recently saw the Salesforce car in the Indianapolis 500, or perhaps you've seen one of the many Salesforce towers popping up in various skylines across the globe. To better understand what Salesforce is, we'll first look at the history of Salesforce. We'll then go into why you should care what Salesforce is as we discuss the various Salesforce career paths. Now, Salesforce really excels in the entire life cycle of a business-to-business relationship. And that starts out with the marketing cloud, where you attract the attention of potential customers. That progresses into the sales cloud, where you try to attain those customers and close deals. And then into the service cloud, where you try to retain those customers. So Salesforce started out in 1999 as a customer relationship management platform, but has now grown into a huge customizable platform. And Salesforce has become wildly successful. As a matter of fact, 97 out of the 100 largest companies in the world use Salesforce as customers. It has reached the point today where Salesforce can be found in every conceivable vertical and industry known to mankind. So speaking about being in all verticals and industries, if you go to Salesforce's own website, you see that they are also trying to help explain what exactly Salesforce is. And I'll link to this in this lecture. Just look for the link down below. And on the What is Salesforce page, if you scroll down beyond watching the demos, it gives you details around the 150,000 companies that use Salesforce, and they provide a lot of demos that you can check out. But then as well, if you keep scrolling, and as I mentioned previously, Salesforce excels with marketing, sales, and service as you attract, attain, and retain customers. But then as well, it's getting into the Commerce Cloud, also provides communities. One of the recent acquisitions by Salesforce was a company known as Quip that does a lot around creating, editing, discussing, and organizing your team's work all in one place. And as well, they have information around the different industries that Salesforce is now involved in. So if you click on See All, here's the different industry-specific solutions that are being built out now. And those range from banking to communications, travel and hospitality, wealth management. And so you can just simply select one of these and get further details or identify what you're interested in, and you can see different solutions around these different industries and verticals. All right, so to figure out where we sit today with the demand for Salesforce skills, I want to look back somewhat. This is an article from CIO.com from back in 2017, and this discussed how in-demand Salesforce was across all job skills. So this tied into a report from a company or organization known as Burning Glass, and they looked at their proprietary database of 100 million job postings across over 40,000 job sites, and found more than 300,000 job postings between July of 2015 and June of 2016 that called for Salesforce skills. Now, I know that this is maybe the ancient past, but I'm here to tell you, and we'll look at some more recent numbers, that this job skills shortage has only intensified. The need for Salesforce professionals has only increased. But at the time of the writing of this particular article, it put Salesforce in the 7th most in-demand software skill across all those job postings. The thing to wrap your mind around is that this is bringing them up from the 18th spot just 4 years ago. So 4 years prior to 2017 would be back in 2013. Salesforce was the 18th most in-demand job skill, and then in 2017, or maybe even back in June of 2016, it was the 7th most in-demand IT skill. So even then, it was putting demand for Salesforce skills ahead of such IT stalwarts such as Python, .NET, and C++. It's putting it more in line with commonly used applications such as Adobe Photoshop. So if you follow this link for the report from Burning Glass, you'll notice that this takes you to, and I will link to all this as well and provide this for you, but let me pull this up. This is a PDF that link takes you to, and I'll link to all these resources in the resources section of this lecture. The main point and purpose of creating this course even is because you need to make an informed decision. So I'm trying to provide you adequate resources so you can do your own investigation. It's one thing for me to say, oh, you should learn Salesforce, and you can always think, oh, he's saying that because he teaches Salesforce and he sells Salesforce training. All that is very true, but the reason that I am in this space and have chosen to teach Salesforce is because of this intense shortage that I see. And I see that the greatest threat to Salesforce's future dominance and their greatest threat is not a competitor, but it's a lack of talent. And it will be easy at some point for companies to decide we're not going to go with Salesforce because there's not enough people to implement it, so we're going to go with Java or .NET, because you can throw a rock and hit 5 .NET professionals on any street corner, basically. So it's all about supply and demand. And so this is the actual report that all that information was based upon, and it's also referencing other IDC white papers. And so I want to encourage you to look through this and take away from this your own understanding as to, why I mentioned that Salesforce is a good career path. Now, as we looked at, this is somewhat dated material from 2016 and 2017. So I want to also show you some other resources that are more current in subsequent lessons in this course. But be sure and check out this Burning Glass report, and it gives you a lot of numbers around postings in 2012 versus postings in the last 12 months, relative growth since 2012 compared to all jobs. And these are just insane numbers as far as the exponential number of times faster that this job growth is happening compared to all other jobs. It also gives you average salaries at that time. I'll go more into average salaries later in this course as well. Top 10 occupations requesting Salesforce. There's so many golden nuggets here of information and ideas of different paths. And I'll be going into more of these paths specific as well to help you decide which path fits best for you given your background and your interests and your abilities. And so this is a 10-page report, highly valuable, but let me downsize this and get back into that previous screen. So the CIO article is very helpful, and there's some related videos as well, and some advertising I might add. But in the next lecture, I'll show you the updated numbers around what this means as far as the skill shortage, so that we're looking at something that is more current to look at the job outlook and where we're getting that number of the 3.3 million jobs coming to the Salesforce ecosystem. All right, so let's talk about the famous numbers being tossed around and touted in recent press releases. And this has to do with the 3.3 million jobs coming in the Salesforce ecosystem. And this is an article that I found on Medium, and this is written by Lisa Tenorio. And she's talking about how Salesforce is the world's #1 CRM platform, which is customer relationship management. And according to a recent IDC study, the forecast for new jobs demanding Salesforce skills shows a huge increase from last year. So let me show you this IDC study as well. I'm going to open that in a new tab. And once again, I will link to these in this lecture. And here's the underlying IDC white paper. And this is showing from between 2016 to 2022 and released in October of 2017. So it is more current, but even this is still pretty dated. I'd love to see an update to these numbers. But in this white paper, it gives the details and the executive summary and the idea behind the methodology used, as well as the different regions and economic benefit to the Salesforce ecosystem. Now, I'll leave it to you to dive as deep as you want into this IDC report and find, why to either believe that, yes, Salesforce is a great idea for a career, or you can find, negative statistics can tell any story that you want. But if you look at this report with just an unbiased mindset, either, just neutral, neither pro or con, you will see that there's tremendous amount of growth. And this is just typical what this looks like when you're dealing with Salesforce. There's just an uptick. Everything's on an upward swing. And I'll show you more and more of these types of reports and graphs and resources. But here's another one. Not quite a hockey stick incline, but it's definitely steep enough that you wouldn't want this incline to be your own driveway, for example. But I digress. And so, as you can tell, this is really for you numbers people and those looking to really look at, not so much where Salesforce has been or even where Salesforce is today, but where's it going to be 5 years from now? And that's what this report is about, is trying to estimate as best as possible where things are heading and where the growth is. And I want to help you chart your own path into a cloud career throughout the duration and remainder of this course. And so beyond the underlying report, and once again, I'll link to that, there's this nice infographic, and this is basically condensing down this big long report into a visual to show some of the numbers related to the Salesforce economy. And what I would like to do here in this lesson is talk about what the Salesforce economy is and what the Salesforce ecosystem is. And this number of 3.3 million jobs being created by 2022, that is across the entire ecosystem of Salesforce. So when we talk about the Salesforce ecosystem, you can condense that down into 3 different primary categories, and I'll have lessons for each around these 3 different categories. The first would be jobs working for Salesforce themselves. The second would be jobs created for Salesforce customers, those that subscribe to the Salesforce platform and use it to run their own business. And third would be Salesforce partner companies. These would be implementation experts, consultant companies, independent software vendors, etc. So in the next lessons, I'll be talking about those 3 different categories, and we'll get more familiar with what encompasses the Salesforce economy and the Salesforce ecosystem. All right, so let's discuss a little bit about working for Salesforce themselves. And so I've got a list here from the Fortune 100 Best Places to Work list. This is 100 Best Companies to Work for 2018. You see here in this particular tab. And number 1 on the list is Salesforce. They get a lot of accolades as far as being a great company to work for and to work at. And as far as different locations for some of their physical locations, if you go to the About Us page on Salesforce.com, and hover over this link here, you can see under corporate, there's a link for global offices. And this will give you ideas around the different locations where they have a physical presence. And they're headquartered in San Francisco at the Salesforce Tower. And that is, I think, the second largest building west of the Mississippi River in the United States. A huge building that has reshaped the San Francisco skyline. And then in addition, there's some pretty large presences for Salesforce in these different cities in the US, such as Atlanta. I know a lot of students come from Atlanta that connect with me, and I've got several of my boot camp that are from Atlanta region as well. I see a lot from Boston, and really any of these areas. I see a lot of students in these areas. A lot of these are Salesforce employees that do take my courses, because if you're a Salesforce employee, oftentimes you need to get 1 or multiple certifications very quickly depending on your role. Indianapolis, Indiana, that originates from the ExactTarget acquisition as part of the Marketing Cloud. ExactTarget has to do with business to consumer marketing. And as well, there's a Salesforce Tower in New York at the Avenue of the Americas. And then there's a few other locations here. And then we get into Canada, and then Latin America, Caribbean headquarters, and then we get into Europe, Middle East, and Africa as well. This is a global company, and I have students in close to 160 countries that I've taught on the Salesforce platform. And I've seen a lot of students come from a lot of different locations, a lot of interaction with those in Ireland, in the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Sweden, a lot from the UK as well. There's very much a large and growing presence. Salesforce is investing a lot in the United Kingdom, and there's a lot of partner companies there as well. And then in the Middle East, have a location in Israel and Tel Aviv. Then in Africa, have a location in Morocco. And then Asia Pacific, location in Singapore. And then also locations in Australia, both Sydney and Melbourne, as well as New Zealand. And I've got several bootcamp students and students in general that originate from Australia. One of my boot campers had an opportunity to present at the Melbourne location of the Australia office there. And then as well, of course, China is represented, India as well. I think India is my second largest student base. About 10% of my students originate from India. And then finally, Japan and Korea. So if you are, anywhere near one of the Salesforce global offices, that is a great opportunity to just actually work for Salesforce themselves. And then as well, under About Us is this link for careers. This gives you an idea of the different jobs that are available with Salesforce. You can watch that video that they have linked there. And then as well, it's interesting that Salesforce uses Workday for their job listings, but I digress. Workday is an up-and-coming cloud platform around HR-related functionality. So as you can see, there's many different categories and locations that these jobs fall under. So depending on your background, you may be able to find a way into the Salesforce ecosystem working for Salesforce themselves. So I do encourage you to look at these different resources. And then next, we're going to look at some of Salesforce's customers and how to find out who Salesforce's customers are and what types of jobs they may be hiring for in the next lesson. All right, so now we're going to talk about working for a Salesforce customer company. We previously looked at ways of finding jobs with Salesforce in the different global locations around the world. And now, as far as relating to or trying to figure out who are Salesforce's customers, a lot can be gleaned from Salesforce's quarterly financial updates or their quarterly reports. And this is a pretty long document that gives a lot of data. And here's some of the different things I was pointing to previously. Here's the number one Fortune 100 best companies to work for and some other accolades that Salesforce has had. Number one for the Future 50. Here's an artist rendering of what is now the Salesforce Tower that's reshaping the skyline in San Francisco. And then here's some different notes. I'm not going to go through all this, but I wanted to find a specific page. There's a lot of data here, a lot of highlights, but a few things that will be good for you to note is the revenue by region. You can see Americas versus EMEA versus APAC, and how the large majority of revenue for this Q1 of fiscal year 19 came in the Americas, but you see great growth not only in the Americas of 19%, but also in EMEA and APAC, 48% and 34% year-to-year revenue comparisons, respectively. So you're seeing great growth in those regions. And then if we continue onward, though, when you talk about who are Salesforce's customers, and this is a great graph here to just kind of ponder before we get into the next slide, is this the trajectory of Salesforce as the number one CRM in the world, and they are just blowing away the field, which includes Oracle, SAP, Microsoft, and Adobe. These look like flatline death, and this one is definitely just ramping upwards here. So they're just lapping the field and just trouncing the competition. But this is what I really want to talk about in this particular lesson or discussion, is that 97% of the Fortune 100 companies are Salesforce customers. So one way to figure out who are some of Salesforce's customers is just look at the Fortune 100 list and throw a dart at it. And there's a 97% chance you're going to land on a Salesforce customer. Or if you would like, you could have the Fortune 500 list, throw a dart at it, and there's an 83% chance that you're going to land on a Salesforce customer. So just looking at those lists, at the Fortune 100 or 500 list, that will give you a great idea as to some of Salesforce's customers. Then beyond that, other resources you can use would be on Salesforce's own website. And I will link to these in the resources section of this lesson under customer success. There are examples for both the enterprise and for small business. So this just gives you a list of different companies that use Salesforce and some of their success stories. And you can sort A to Z or most popular or newest, or filter by Success Cloud or by products or industry, etc. And so, for example, you can just go down the list and see some of these companies such as ADP and Aldo and Activision. I mentioned as well you can filter by newest. So if you want to see some of the latest and greatest success stories, you can just filter the stories by that. This will enable you to, in essence, target specific companies that you would like to potentially work for or target for a Salesforce job. And you may find specific companies that are geographically located near you, or companies that you've thought that you would like to work for. I know, for example, Schneider Electric has a large presence near where I live in the Nashville, Tennessee area, and uses Salesforce, as well Farmers Insurance. And I know as well, just from personal experience, I mean, just be aware of your surroundings as well, and you'll see Salesforce. I went into a CarMax location to look at a car, and they were using Salesforce to enter in my information. I went to my bank. My local bank was using Salesforce as well. And so you can just sort by the different levels of business size, lower market, mid-market, upper mid-market. But the main idea here is that you can see even examples of small businesses as well that use Salesforce, and you can learn more about these companies in order to find and figure out who some of these 150,000 Salesforce customers are. I also want to show you, as it relates to customer success, this featured groups tab at success.salesforce.com. This is part of the Salesforce Trailblazer community, and there are, under customer success resources, if you click on all customer success resources, there's these different groups. For example, this Success Cloud group contains, at the time of this recording, 14,792 members, of which you can usually drill through and look at who those people are and who they work with or who they work for, and get an idea as to Salesforce's customers. And then as well, you have all these different groups around all these different products and offerings. And then additionally, you can also look at student groups, and this is also another helpful resource around student group resources or by region, and then user groups by region. I recently spoke at the Nashville user group in Tennessee. And so, for example, you just find your state in your location, and I'm just going to drill down to Tennessee for an example, and you see the different user groups located in this particular state that I'm in, and there's multiple user groups, and some are specific to like women in tech or user groups, or Pardot user groups, or specific cities, such as Nashville has 764 members. And so if we click into that, you can see some of the recent posts and some of the members as well. And if you log in, you can see more information around these people. Now, we'll be going more into sign up for a free Salesforce account later, but if you do have an account already, you can log in and then request to join some of these groups. And so now I'm logged in with my own Salesforce account, and here's the Nashville user group, for instance. So once you're inside of a group, or you're a member of a group, and I believe I'm a member of this group, and I am, you can see some of the conversation around here. And so let me just show you the members of the Nashville user group. And here you've got different people listed, and it signifies if they're a customer, and then as well who they work for. So the main takeaway is you can leverage these groups in the success community to find people and companies in order to start making connections, or to follow through from here into LinkedIn perhaps, to make connections and start building your own list of target accounts that you want to try to get into to try and land a job with. You can go to their websites and see if they're hiring, and just follow the trail there as far as figuring out what sort of Salesforce products they use, what sort of jobs they have, by seeing who is already in the building or inside the organization and what job titles they're holding. And over time, you can start to really build out an idea of who the players are in the Salesforce industry inside of wherever you're located at. And so this tip can give you, strategic advantage. So that's, once again, that's in the Trailblazer community. And if you just go under featured groups tab, and I'll link to that. So we've got the customer success resources. We've got the student groups. We've got the user groups by region. And then we've also got nonprofit user groups, affinity user groups. There's just groups upon groups upon groups. And then as well, going back to the customer success resources, I want to show you something around customer success in YouTube. So Salesforce has a customer success stories playlist on YouTube as well with 79 videos here. So you can go through and review these as well. And some of the customer success stories include Shazam, Farmers, Amazon Web Services, Fitbit, etc. I'll link to this playlist as well. And so the idea behind working for a Salesforce customer is that's your best chance of finding companies that have in-house talent to implement or manage their Salesforce instance. And so there's likely going to be jobs on the Salesforce platform inside of these companies that you find here in this list. And those may be administrator jobs or developers, consultant, project managers, business analysts, sales managers, support managers, etc. So now that we've looked at options and ideas around working for Salesforce or Salesforce customer companies, we're going to round out what the Salesforce ecosystem is by looking at Salesforce partner companies, figuring out who those partner companies are and what makes them tick as well, and how to make yourself more marketable to them. So we've talked about working for Salesforce or working for a Salesforce customer company, and now it's time to talk about working for a Salesforce partner company. Now, partner companies are either known as independent software vendors that create software that's built on top of the Salesforce platform, or part of this group known as global consulting partners. Now, I am on the App Exchange, which is Salesforce's own app store. And one of the links that is available has to do with the different partner companies that implement Salesforce solutions for customers. So many times these Salesforce customer companies will use an implementation company or consulting partner in order to implement their Salesforce solution. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of these partners. Now, I've filtered this by top partners. That's the default filtering on the partner page here, and I will link to this in the resource section of this lecture. But you can also look at partners by region and even by language as well. And then if you notice here on this filter designations, there's these designations as far as a registered partner, and that's kind of the entry point for partner companies. I'm actually a registered partner. The next step up would be a silver partner, and then gold, and then platinum, and then from there, I guess the next level above platinum is global strategic. Now, I'm pointing out these different levels because these different designations are very important to these partner companies. I'm going to apply the filter and show silver partners. Now, one statement that probably is true with these partner companies is that any registered partner has aspirations of reaching silver partner status as far as partner companies go. And then those in the silver ranks have aspirations of reaching gold level. And then those in the gold dream of becoming platinum partners. Now, the way that that is figured has to do with a scoring system that Salesforce uses in their partner program. And this is on my own website here, and I'll link to this as well. Or you can just Google Mike Wheeler charting your path and you will pull this up. This is an article that I wrote based on publicly available information that Salesforce provides on how they score their partners. And this is the equation. There's three primary buckets. There's annual contract value, there's expertise, and then there's customer success around specializations, customer satisfaction scores, and customer stories that their customers provide. This middle bucket here of expertise, which this is 35% of the equation as far as how these partner companies are scored, have to do specifically with certifications, and then the growth in the number of certified consultants. And then as well, there's even some points that partner companies can score via Trailhead. Now, the certifications is the primary means of which Salesforce partner companies can go from silver to gold to platinum outside of annual contract value or increasing their revenue numbers. One thing that's more readily in their control is stockpiling consultants and professionals that have specific certifications. Now, all certifications are not created equal. And so I'm going to show you a little bit about this, but leave it to you to read up more and understand the implications of this. Now, I've got this diagram here from this table, and it shows the different points that can be attained. This is that expertise bucket. This corresponds with this here. Expertise is in the middle. We got ACV, or annual contract value, on the left, and customer success on the right. My idea here with this video is just to explain what you're looking at here and make sense of all this data. So we got ACV over here, expertise, and then customer success. So I've got 5 points of interest in the expertise area, and I have more details around each. The architect certifications, you can attain 50 points maximum for a partner company. Now notice this, partner companies, they can attain up to 200 points through consultant certifications. So if there's an area that Salesforce partners can stockpile points in the equation of how they are ranked, is through the consultant certifications. That is massively huge, but not readily known. And so I want to make this abundantly clear, is that the biggest area in this whole entire equation, other than current sourced ACV of 300 points of the total of 1,000, if you add this up, this should equal 1,000. So 30%, or 300 out of 1,000, is the current sourced annual contract value. And then there's this other things here, so 45%, and that's what corresponds with this number here of the 45%. But then in the expertise, the 35%, how that is figured out is these numbers here, the 50, the 200, the 50, and the 200. But notice this right here, the consultant certifications, 200 points. This is an area that is relatively easy for partner companies to stockpile points to reach their next level. So I'm not going to just rehash all of this, but I've got links around all of these different certifications, and it takes you to Salesforce's own site with information on each of the certifications that they have available now. And then as well, I've got some links to some of my courses as well. I also provide information around how the Trailhead points work here in this comment down below. And it's kind of wordy and detailed, so I'm not going to take the time to try and explain all that, but feel free to jump in the conversation here if you have any questions. And I've got links to all the different certifications, and I also have links to where I'm pulling these numbers from, and that's from Salesforce's own partner program. And so visit that in the links as well. So the main thing to take away is that one highly valuable path you can go down and make you marketable to specifically partner companies, which once again would be these companies listed here on the App Exchange. I'll link to that as well, would be by attaining the consultant certifications. Now, in order to get the consultant certifications, whether it's Sales Cloud Consultant or Service Cloud Consultant, you have to first pass the admin certification. And I do have courses for all of the above. And that's why I've strategically elected to create the courses that I have, is because of this. I don't just randomly select which course I want to create next. I try to be strategic in the courses that I create as to make you as marketable and as employable as possible. And so these partner companies, make no mistake, will be more interested in you if you come through their doors. And what's accompanying you is not only some experience, but especially if you have one or multiple certifications, especially if those are consultant certifications, because it is almost like you have a certain number above your head while you're interviewing, and the person that's interviewing you, if they're a decision maker or someone that is in a position to know how the scoring system works, will be thinking about how many points you are adding to their goal of reaching these different levels between silver, gold, platinum, and global strategic partner. And so just like how you are trying to progress your career and you're investigating Salesforce as a way of doing that, these Salesforce partner companies are trying to advance their own companies and raise through the ranks, because the higher they go from silver to gold to platinum, the larger projects they have a chance of bidding on and winning, and Salesforce will send them more and more leads that are potential projects that they could implement that get into the millions of dollars. And so follow the money, think about this logically, check out my article here. There's a lot of nuggets of information here if you're willing to dig into this and apply this to your own situation here. So to wrap up this section of this course, we've talked about working for Salesforce customer companies, and working for Salesforce partner companies. And so now you're probably wondering, well, that's great. There's all these companies, there's all these jobs, there's all this shortage. but where do I even begin? And so in the next section of this course, we're going to make it all about helping you make your own pivot into the cloud and launching your own Salesforce career. And we're going to look at such topics as how you can embrace your past in order to transform your future and figure out where you're heading by looking at where you've been and where Salesforce is heading as well, so that you can find and chart your own path into the cloud using Salesforce as the vehicle to get you there. All right, so let's get more specific now with how you can make your own pivot into the cloud if you are looking for a career change, or if you're just starting out or just fresh out of high school or college and looking to launch a career in the cloud and leveraging Salesforce as the vehicle to get you there. Then here's some of the different paths that you can take, and this source is from Trailhead, and that's a Salesforce resource where you can get hands-on experience and further training as well. We'll discuss Trailhead, and I'll show you how to get signed up for a Trailhead account later. But here is the actual path for that. I'll link to this as well in the resource section. Now, Salesforce on their own Trailhead website, they mentioned 6 specific paths. There's more than 6 here, but I wanted to show you that some of the ones that get some of the most attention that I call the usual suspects are that of administrator, developer, and technical architect. And these are average salary ranges. These are US dollars represented. And these are pretty accurate as far as from my own experience of what I've seen out there and being familiar with what people are getting out there in the marketplace. Some of the other roles that I'm seeing more and more traction in would be around business analyst roles. I've got a large Facebook group of over 5,000 students, and a good percentage of those individuals are business analysts that are needing to not start a business analyst career, but enhance or improve their career outlook by learning a new skill, which is Salesforce, because they're inside of a company or inside of a software project that is built on the Salesforce platform and they don't have Salesforce background. So as you see here at the time of this recording, 104K, that's about a $10,000 a year premium over the average business analyst salary. And you'll find as well, and I'll look later on in this, some of the other paths that, for example, project managers that acquire Salesforce skills, that provides them with a good premium as well. And then additionally, marketing managers and sales managers. But then beyond these paths, the average salary for those that just state basic Salesforce skills, this would be for like end users and not even administrators or developers or business analysts, etc. The average pay is $70,000 a year, which is well above the average salary of jobs in the US currently. So it's definitely makes you very marketable and can increase your salary very quickly. I know when I started out as a Salesforce developer, I actually made more than this with my first Salesforce job, and I doubled my salary as far as what I was making as a technical writer previously. And so some of these paths here, and the idea behind this section of this course is to help you identify what the options are and start to figure out, based on your own self-assessment, what is the right path for you. Now, Salesforce Administrator, the average salary, the $95,000, here's numbers that Salesforce has provided from Trailhead as far as the number of jobs in the last 12 months, the annual growth rate, and then as well the percent that are entry-level roles. And so some types of positions are more entry level, and administrator roles tend to be more entry level. And as well, as far as administrator jobs, you tend to be on site and in the office more and not working remotely. And administrative jobs have to do with day-to-day operational procedures such as provisioning user accounts, creating reports and dashboards, setting security, and just the day-to-day operational work in the system. And then as well, Salesforce developers, those tend to be less entry level. There's a great growth rate there, a lot of jobs in the past 12 months. Average salary is well into the 6 figures. And then as well, if you're looking to work remotely, then a developer path may make more sense for you, because developers tend to have to endure less meetings than administrators, and you usually want your developers, since they do command such a high salary, you want them writing code and creating applications. Now, there is an entry point into the developer path. That's through the Platform App Builder Certification, and you can go down the beginning path of becoming a developer by learning what you can do on the platform with clicks instead of code. And I do recommend that people learn how to do things declaratively or clicks instead of code before resorting to code. But the Salesforce developer path is a great one with a lot of jobs there that are well paying. Next is the Salesforce Technical Architect, and I've used a unicorn here because those individuals are so rare. Now, there was a Salesforce employee at that user group that I gave this presentation to, and I asked the employee how many technical architects, certified technical architects, are there in the world. He couldn't share an official number, but he did confirm that it's less than 300 technical architects in the entire world. Now we'll go a little more into the path for the technical architects here momentarily, but the average salary is 150,000. I've seen some numbers reporting 200,000 or more, and that there's a lot of jobs there. You can tell there's 8,362 jobs in the last 12 months, but there's only less than 300 people that are certified technical architects. There's an annual growth rate that's really large, and there's no entry-level roles. You have to have experience to be a technical architect. So here is the path for the technical architect journey. I'm not going to go into all this, but I will make this available via download, these different slides and links. And so you see here the optional foundation. I do recommend that almost everyone go through the administrator certification to learn the fundamentals of the platform, even if you do want to become a developer. Now, I did mention the app builder certification previously, and that is in this path here that goes up to the certified application architect. On either side of these two paths, you have also the platform developer 1, and it's there that you will have to do some coding if you do want to ultimately become either a certified system architect or a certified application architect. Now, once you've attained both of these designations, which means that you've attained the specialization certifications below the sides of the pyramid here. So for example, once you've acquired all the certifications here on the left, you have the designation of a certified application architect. You could couple that with all of the specialization certifications here on the right and attain the certified system architect designation. And then you've got the prerequisites needed to go for the certified technical architect. If you notice these double asterisks here, it says that the credentials earned upon successful completion of the domain architect tier and a review board. So you do have to present before a review board and be judged based on your solution that you provide. And also trying to attain this certification costs several $1,000s. So it's not for the faint of heart or the inexperienced. It's very arduous process, but I wanted to at least mention that as an option for those of you that aspire to reach the pinnacle, the rarest of certification designations. Now we're getting into the consultant path, and that's what I was speaking about earlier, where partner companies can really score a lot of points in this space, and you see a lot of jobs in the last 12 months, a pretty steady growth rate, and a fair amount that are entry-level roles and approaching six-figure average salary as well. I feel like that number is a little low, and especially if you've got some experience, you should be able to get into six figures as a consultant fairly readily. Other paths available: Salesforce Business Analyst, 104,000 average salary, and about a quarter of these are entry-level roles, good growth rate, and good number of jobs. As I mentioned previously, I'm seeing more and more business analysts come into my universe looking to learn Salesforce. And then as well, sales managers, I mentioned previously, where I was at a car dealership and they were taking my information down into Salesforce, and that was their customer relationship management platform. And so a sales manager would be someone inside of a company such as a car dealership that is managing salespeople and using Salesforce. Here's the average salary. You see the numbers there as well. And so the main idea here is to just show you that it's more than just admin, developer, or technical architect. You can look for jobs in a whole host of paths, and sometimes you have to take a job down one path in order to build up experience and build your resume in order to head down your ultimate path. You may not be able to become a consultant overnight or developer overnight or even an administrator overnight, but you may get some job that calls for you to be a Salesforce user in some capacity. So here's a marketing manager path and a Salesforce project manager. And I mentioned previously the premium, that once you add Salesforce onto your job title, it means a five-figure premium as far as adding close to $10,000 or more a year in your annual salary because you know Salesforce. So the first order of business is you need to create your own Salesforce developer account. Now, you may be watching this lecture as part of one of my certification courses, new user courses, workshops, or boot camps, Regardless of whatever I teach, one of the first lectures that I always do is how to sign up for a free account. Now, don't let the word developer scare you off if you're a non-coder. It doesn't matter if you're a developer, administrator, consultant, or if you're not even sure of what your path is on the Salesforce platform quite yet. Salesforce provides a free developer edition of Salesforce so that you can learn on their platform. And so you just simply go to developer.salesforce.com/signup and fill out the form. It's very simple. You just enter in your first and last name, your email address, select a role from the drop down here, and it really doesn't matter what you select. It won't affect the addition of the free developer account that you receive. This just helps Salesforce segment you into one of multiple lists that they may have so that they can market to you and also to provide you with their own educational content based on what your desired path is. And so just make a selection in the role. And then for your company, just enter in a company name. I put the path here to the sign up page just to really highlight this more. This is the page that we're on, is developer.salesforce.com/signup. But you can just put your own name here for the company name. I'm putting mine here, or I probably should put my company name depending on where you might be watching this. So put in either your name or the company name that you want to be associated with. And also bear in mind, if you're learning Salesforce and you're working for a company, you may want to use an email address that's a personal email address so that if you change employment, you don't lose your free developer account. You want an active email that you will always have access to. Now for your username here at the bottom of this form, it's important that the username be unique across all Salesforce platforms in existence. So if you already have one or multiple Salesforce accounts, you can't just enter in your email address again. It needs to be something that's unique. And so what I tend to do is put a dot and then I give some sort of descriptive phrase here on the end to tell me or remind me of what this particular account is for. Now, the username does need to be in the form of an email address. So if you're brand new to Salesforce and you've never had an account on the platform before, you can go ahead and just enter your email address here and that will work fine for your username. But for those of you that have already had accounts on the Salesforce platform, then go ahead and put a dot and then fill in the blanks as far as what will help you remember what this is about. So for example, if you're a member of my bootcamp, you would do .bootcamp. If you're going through in one of my workshops, you can put workshop here. If you're learning about artificial intelligence.ai, you get the point, hopefully. So check the checkbox and then click sign me up. That will take you to a landing page where they are asking you to confirm your enrollment into the platform and checking your account. So check your email and you will receive an email from Salesforce where you simply click through the email to confirm your account. That will take you to a page where you set your password. It's very important that you set your password and that you remember what your password is, and they will also provide you in that email with where you go to log in, and that is login.salesforce.com. So just watch for that email, confirm your account, set your password, and then be sure that you don't lose that password. My name is Mike Wheeler, and I have 6 Salesforce certifications. First of all, you could verify my certifications by going to certification.salesforce.com, click on the verification tab at the top, and then search on my name, Mike Wheeler. From there, you'll be able to see the dates that I passed the various certification exams. This class is organized so that we cover some conceptual things and some foundational issues related to Salesforce in general. These are modules that I've created to answer questions that I've literally had to answer dozens of times. Whenever I talk to someone about considering getting trained on the Salesforce platform, some of the inevitable first questions are, well, what is Salesforce? There's a lot of misconceptions about what it is, a lot of lack of understanding as far as how the platform works and how companies use the platform to meet their own business needs. It's grown well beyond just a customer relationship management application and is now a full-blown platform where you can create and customize your own applications in the cloud. There's a lot of misunderstandings around what the cloud even is, and so I am going to cover some of those things like the history of Salesforce, what cloud computing is, and try to relate that to what the opportunities are for you in 2016 and beyond. And so to me, the Salesforce platform was an attainable way for me to get a career in the cloud. And so I believe that you probably believe the same thing. You see that as a possibility, and I'm here to tell you that you can do it. It is attainable if you're willing to work for it. You'll find yourself gainfully employed and fighting off the recruiters. So let's launch into the next module, and I look forward to taking this ride with you. So what is cloud computing and why should you care? So first off, we're at the very front end of a massive shift of IT spending where companies are moving their spending from on-premise data centers and servers, and they're shifting that spending onto the cloud. And what that means is that currently only 3% of IT spending, the latest figures that I've seen at least, only 3% of that spending is allotted to cloud computing, and that 97% is to data centers, servers, and personnel, and those sorts of things. And so we're on the very front end of this shift. As big as cloud computing is and as big a buzzword as it is in the industry, we're at just the tip of the iceberg as far as the potential growth of where things are heading. And so you're hitting this course at just the right time for your own career, because the demand is already huge for Salesforce professionals and only going to get more massive. And so this idea of cloud computing and what that means and how that relates to you is that companies back before the cloud, they would have to set up their own data centers, set up their own servers, and then deal with disaster and recovery plans and backup plans. They would have to heat and cool these data centers. They'd have to provide all the wiring. They would also have to provide the personnel to keep the lights on and to keep the servers running, and to provide 24/7, 365 support and support technicians with pagers to make sure that if a server goes down, they're not losing functionality and that sort of thing. And so as companies such as Salesforce has come along and other companies that provide certain types of cloud-based services such as Google or Amazon, these massive companies that have top-end servers and computing capacity, they've been able to package and sell this to companies at a fraction of the cost that companies would be able to do this themselves. It provides an economy of scale so that you can do what you need to do from a computing standpoint and do it more efficiently and cheaper. And so in order for companies to remain competitive, they have to also move to the cloud. And so there's the companies that have been first to the cloud, and then the fast followers, and then there's a lot that are kind of lagging behind. What you'll find is that when you embrace the cloud, as far as an IT organization or a software development company or whatever industry you may be familiar with, you find that you can develop these applications in the cloud much more rapidly than in a traditional setting, especially on the Salesforce platform. And Salesforce is making more and more of their functionality customizable and configurable through clicks instead of code. You may see this referred to as declarative instead of programmatic. And so the main takeaway here is that you can do probably 90 to 95% of your application functionality through clicks instead of code. This makes for some complex business requirements being met through quickly configurable solutions. And so it provides for rapid development and deployment. It also is easier to maintain in the cloud. Salesforce does 3 major release cycles per year, and those are always backwards compatible. And so as they release updates to their platform, what you've built in the past just doesn't break. What cloud computing is and how it relates to Salesforce is that it's quicker development time, and there's also just a lot of demand for these jobs as well, a lot of demand for people that can fill these jobs, which leads to better pay and better flexibility. So this is, definitely a fast track to a well-paying career. And also there's a lot of examples of people that I know personally that have switched careers, myself included, to the platform. And so this is an ample opportunity for you to get your foot in the door for a cloud-based career. Let's move on now to a brief history of Salesforce. All right, so let's talk briefly about the history of Salesforce. And it's always helpful to know the history of a company if you plan to leverage their software and go all in for their platform for your career. And so Salesforce was co-founded in 1999 by Mark Benioff and Parker Harris. You hear a lot about Mark Benioff in the news, and he's the more visible founder. And then Parker Harris is the co-founder. It was founded in the Bay Area in 1999, and Mark Benioff was previously an executive with Oracle. And so he envisioned this concept of cloud computing and being able to do things on the cloud instead of the traditional database-driven, data center-driven solution. And so Salesforce began in its early stages as a CRM, that stands for a customer relationship management solution. And so in the early days, it was a way for companies to keep track of their customers and to manage that relationship. And what that means is to have a list of contacts at a company and have their phone numbers, email addresses, that sort of thing, as well as track the sales cycle of various opportunities that salesmen or saleswomen may be pursuing. And so over time, they released the Force.com platform, and that opened up the platform to administrators and developers to create applications with clicks instead of code. There's three things that have made Salesforce wildly successful, I believe. And these are, three bullet points that I've come up with I think will help you understand conceptually what Salesforce is and why you need to be involved. First of all, Salesforce is industry agnostic. I've worked on a lot of different Salesforce instances for a lot of different organizations in a lot of different industries. And it really doesn't matter what industry a company is in. You can use Salesforce to create a solution for whatever industry you happen to find yourself. Salesforce being industry agnostic means that regardless of what industry a company is in, they will deal with sales and they will deal with customer service. And so the primary drivers of the admin certification deal with Sales Cloud applications and Service Cloud applications. There's a little bit in there with campaigns and marketing, but it doesn't go into their marketing cloud solution. So industry agnostic means that if you're an auto dealership or a realtor or a masonry company or a retail organization, or you work in healthcare, you deal with sales and you deal with service. Those are the core tenets that Salesforce fundamentally is built on. So the second bullet point is that Salesforce is cutting edge. Salesforce was named the most innovative company by Fortune magazine 4 years in a row. And they've earned that reputation of being innovative by continually pushing the envelope, being cutting edge. They were cutting edge from the beginning as far as Mark Benioff seeing how huge a potential the cloud was and envisioned being able to develop on the cloud instead of on a traditional database and data center sort of environment. Salesforce is also the world's top CRM platform. They've maintained their lead from their foundings as far as being a CRM or customer relationship management solution. They're the top CRM in the world. And finally, Salesforce is also the world's fastest growing top 10 software company. They're on to something here. And with this shift to the cloud, they're leading the way, and their competitors are having a hard time keeping up, frankly. And then finally, speaking of competitors having a hard time keeping up, is the third bullet point is emerging technologies. There's a lot of newer cloud solutions that Salesforce has come out with, such as the Marketing Cloud, and that has to do with marketing automation and personalized engagement for your prospects that you're marketing to. They've recently released Wave. It's an analytics cloud solution, and then as well Thunder, which is the Internet of Things cloud solution. And so rest assured that these are cutting edge solutions that will in turn have their own certifications down the road, and you may find that you're drawn to the Internet of Things, for instance, or the Marketing Cloud, or those sorts of things, or the Analytics Cloud. Just to recap, Salesforce is industry agnostic because all companies deal with sales and service. They're cutting edge, and there's a lot of emerging technology. So you're in the right place in the right time, and let's go exploit it. All right, so what is Salesforce? So Salesforce, I mentioned previously that Salesforce started as a customer relationship management solution. So it definitely still is a CRM. In addition to that, It's used to manage a sales cycle, and it's also used to service customers. So if you just remember those key things, you'll be fine. And especially as it relates to the administrator certification, and that's just the core foundational concepts of the platform. You think of sales, you think of service, you'll be fine, okay? So when we talk about the sales process, what that means is that companies follow wildly different sales processes. There's direct-to-consumer sales processes where you might see a commercial on TV and the call to action is to pick up the phone or to go online and buy immediately. That is not so much of a sales process that the Sales Cloud is catered towards. Where Salesforce really shines is the more involved or complex sales processes. And this may be something to where you're dealing with multi-million-dollar deals that are global in nature, that involve several different parties and several different stages to a deal finally being closed and contracts being signed, for instance. You may have different sales processes based on region or based on the product or service that's being sold. So you can customize sales processes to fit your specific business requirements. As far as the Service Cloud goes, is you can also set up multiple types of service processes so that you can follow one process if someone were to call into a call center, for instance, another if they were to leave a negative comment on your Facebook page, and yet another if they were to initiate an online chat session. The primary focus of this course is as it relates to the CRM functionality of Salesforce, as well as the Sales and Service Cloud functionality and how you set up and administer those functions. So let's talk about career paths and options. This particular lecture is designed to broaden the horizons so that you realize that it's not just Salesforce administrators that get hired with this certification. It's also a prerequisite for other certifications, but additionally, there's a lot of different jobs out there that sometimes will have this particular certification as a requirement. So the admin certification serves as a baseline or foundation that establishes a certain level of experience and knowledge that you have on the Salesforce platform. And once you've exemplified that experience and knowledge, you have a lot of different options as far as the career path goes and jobs that you could potentially fill. The most obvious one would be that of a Salesforce administrator, and there's a lot of jobs out there for administrators. In addition to that, I've seen jobs for data analysts, and that would be around running reports and creating reports and dashboards, things that have to do with analytics. And you usually see this admin certification coupled with some Excel experience, for instance, or maybe some SQL. So if you have a background and experience with Excel, and especially if you have some SQL experience, then you may want to hone in on a data analyst path and really focus on the reports and dashboards. And once you're certified as well, there's a lot of data analyst jobs that you can find. There's also a path you can take that's called, in Salesforce parlance, it's called implementation specialist. And these have to do with the consultant exams. And so this administrator certification is a prerequisite for the Sales Cloud Consultant and Service Cloud Consultant exams, which I mentioned previously. And so if your end goal is to be a consultant and work on the platform, you've got to get this exam out of the way and passed. And then you can do things like help implement Salesforce with companies. A lot of times companies will buy Salesforce, they'll buy their licenses, and then they're stuck with, well, now what? How do we get this running in our organization? And so they will hire out a Salesforce partner that specializes in implementation to get them off the ground and running. And so you could find yourself very needed within those partner companies as well. Additionally, I've seen people with this administrator certification that serve the role of a business analyst. These are individuals that will gather requirements, set up meetings with subject matter experts. They'll create what are called user stories, and they will gather the requirements to then hand off to developers and administrators to then build the solution on the platform. So if you have a firm understanding of the platform, if you have the certification, that goes a long way in knowing what the platform can and can't do and what are good candidates for the platform and what should be leveraged through other solutions as well. I've also run into people that have this certification that serve as a project manager. And a lot of times on Salesforce related projects that I've worked on as either an administrator or a developer, in addition to the business analysts that I've spoken about earlier, I've seen project managers that also have a really good understanding of the platform. And an effective project manager is someone that can manage people, can meet deadlines, can, usually will know some sort of project management software and familiar with, keeping a budget and keeping things on schedule. And it's real helpful as far as Salesforce projects relate to have a team of individuals. And ideally you want a project manager, you want a business analyst, and you want a developer or 2 or 5 or whatever. And for the day-to-day operations, you want 1 or 2 administrators to handle things like provisioning user accounts, deactivating users, creating reports, dashboards, loading data, that sort of thing. Other job possibilities that are available to you once you've attained this certification would be marketing manager. I've worked with marketing managers that have the admin certification, and they've really focused in on the campaign side of things. A campaign, it would be a marketing campaign where they're tracking their leads and sending emails through the Salesforce platform. And there's a lot of functionality on the back end of that you can do through either third-party applications such as Eloqua or native Salesforce applications such as ExactTarget or Pardot. Other jobs that I've run into, people serving on the platform with this certification, would be technical pre-sales engineer. This is someone that would be familiar with the Salesforce platform and would be assisting a salesperson that's going to a client site or doing a demo. And the pre-sales engineer is someone that would set up a new Salesforce instance and set up specific objects and page layouts and certain views so that it's relatable to the client that they're trying to sell to. So that if you're trying to sell to a telecom company, you have telecom related verbiage on the page layouts and potentially even some of their accounts set up and loaded up and that sort of thing, so that you're not trying to sell a telecom customer and you've got a dairy farm, for the example. That helps bring success. Having this certification, if sales is more your route and you want to kind of help co-facilitate that, a technical pre-sales engineer could be the way to go. Additionally, I've seen sales managers. I've seen people that have gone on to become developers, and that's a real common thing, and that's kind of the path that I took, because I wasn't a traditional developer in the sense that I couldn't code in my sleep. I knew how to do HTML, but I didn't know Java or Ruby or anything like that. And so my introduction to object-oriented concepts and being able to now code came through first learning how to do the declarative side of things on the Salesforce platform. And I personally got my developer certification first and then went back and got the admin and advanced admin certifications. But in the ideal scenario, you want to get the admin certification first so that you know what can be done declaratively rather than with code, and that makes you a better developer in the end. So if you're ultimately wanting to be a developer, this administrator certification is valuable in that it helps you know a lot of the things that aren't covered on the developer side of things. There's things that are glossed over or not, you won't be strong in if you skip the admin side of things, like security, the profiles and roles and that sort of thing. So additionally, there's a whole area around being a technical architect, and Salesforce is branching that out for a lot of different areas, because this gets into really deep in the technical side of things. And so they've got levels of certifications now for domain specialist, and then domain architect, and then finally technical architect. Hopefully this gives you an idea that you've got a lot of options. And I wanted to spend a little time going over this so you see that you're not necessarily going to use this certification just to be an administrator. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Being an administrator is a full-time job, and usually once a Salesforce org has 75 to 100 users, they need a full-time resource to maintain the platform and troubleshoot and take care of issues as they arise. And so that's definitely, I think, the vast majority of people, that's the job that they fill when they get this certification. But there's a lot of people out there that go on to do other things. And so I think the main key is that this course covers the foundation, and then from there, just exposing you to different opportunities that are out there, and you'll find your way. Your passion will lead you and where you ultimately need to end up, because this platform is so massive and ever changing that no one person can know it all. The longer I go on the platform, the more I realize I don't know. And so you've got to find a specialty and a niche on the platform, and you can support a highly profitable career working in just a specific niche of the platform, whether that's admin or developer or architect, technical pre-sales engineer, or whatever. Any one of those, you'll have recruiters bugging you to death. So it's a good problem to have. It's a good time to be on the platform. So the goal for you is, for right now, is just get the foundation laid and then let your passion guide you from there. Okay, so now it's time to sign up for your own Salesforce account. This will be a free account that you can keep for life. This is a fully functional enterprise level account of Salesforce and contains 2 user licenses. Salesforce provides these for end users to be able to become familiar with and trained on the Salesforce platform. But I do recommend that you go ahead and sign up for your own free account so that everything lines up correctly between what I'm demonstrating and what you should be able to see on your own screen. And that way you don't mess up your own production data in a real life Salesforce platform. Also, be sure to check the resources section of this lecture. I include a link to where you can go to sign up for this free account. So without further ado, let's get into signing up for that account. Okay, so the first step you're going to want to take is to sign up for a free Salesforce account. And so I'm on Google right now and I search for free Salesforce account. I wanted to show you that you want to go for the free developer edition and not the free 30-day trial. Some people sign up for the free trial and that will only work for the 30 days. You want to go with the free developer edition. Now, I don't want this to throw you though, this word developer. It doesn't really matter if you're a developer or an aspiring administrator or consultant, project manager, or just an end user. You want to go for this free developer account. And it does ask for what role you fulfill, and the options are developer or architect or administrator, IT manager or business manager. And so really just select whatever applies to you. This will not affect the type of Salesforce account that you get. I get that question a lot, is should I select administrator or should I select developer? And so as far as I can tell, regardless of what you choose, it doesn't impact what type of account you get. This is just Salesforce's own way of figuring out who you are and what you do so they can more effectively market to you and also provide you with their own resources that are geared towards either a developer or an architect or business manager or executive. And so I'm going to select administrator, but you select whatever applies to you, and then you fill in the different fields of this form. And at the end, you click submit. And if I scroll down here, you see the sign me up button. And so a couple of things we need to speak to though. I'm going to enter in information here. So one thing to highlight is your username. This needs to be in the form of an email address. I'm going to enter in a fake email address here. And primarily, if you don't already have an account, just use your regular email address. And so as I mentioned, this is not a valid email address, but it's not been used before, it looks like. It has to be unique across all Salesforce instances. So if you already have another account with Salesforce, you need to use something else for your username. And the main thing is it has to have an @ sign and be in the form of an email address, but it doesn't have to necessarily match your actual email. And so click that you've read the master subscription agreement and then click sign me up. So next you'll need to check your email. You'll receive an email from Salesforce that you'll need to click through in order to confirm your email address and set your password. So you'll want to keep this email, but when you first receive it, just go ahead and click the link here. And the reason you want to keep this email is because it will remind you of what your username is that you've set. I have several students that have problems finding their login information. And so if you click here, this will take you to Salesforce to where you can confirm your account and you set your new password. And it has to have 8 characters, 1 letter, and 1 number. So I'm going to enter my password, and you confirm the new password by typing it again, and then you answer a security question. And so that's not where I was born, but for privacy reasons, we're just going to leave it at that and click change password. And so now I've set my password from a new Salesforce instance. And so now that we're logged in, we are in the new Lightning Experience interface. I want to show you how to switch to Salesforce Classic. A lot of what you're learning in this course is going to be in Salesforce Classic. And some of my courses deal more with Lightning Experience. So I want to show you how to switch back and forth between the two interfaces. Salesforce has recently changed to defaulting to Lightning Experience when you first log in, and that's thrown some people off. So that's why I'm recording this new version of this. So simply click on the person icon and then select switch to Salesforce Classic. And now we are in the Salesforce Classic interface. And then if you want to switch back to Lightning Experience, you just simply click on your name drop down and select switch to Lightning Experience, and you'll be back into Lightning Experience. And so I'm going to switch back to Salesforce Classic from Lightning Experience, and stay tuned for the next lecture. All right, so you need 2 things, ideally, in order to land a Salesforce job. You need certification and you need experience. And a lot of times you'll be speaking with hiring managers or recruiters, and they will want to see or expect to see some sort of relevant experience on your resume. And so you might feel like, well, this is a catch-22 sort of situation, especially if you're changing careers. But I don't want you to worry about that a whole lot, because one, the demand is so great for Salesforce professionals that very minimal experience will usually be enough to get you a job, because companies are frankly desperate to find people. And 2, there's a lot of opportunities out there that you can utilize in order to get experience, in order to put that on a resume, in order to get hired. And then finally, I personally know of people that have had neither certification or experience on a resume and still been hired as a Salesforce admin. And so neither one of these are requirements, even though they may be listed as requirements on job openings on the various job boards. But I want to speak a little bit right now about how to, get those 2 things, the certification. The other is how to get the experience, how to get something on your resume, because it is crucial. I understand if you're switching careers, and I was there as well a few years ago when I was switching from being primarily a technical writer and a trainer to a Salesforce developer. I got the certification, and then I was able to get some hands-on experience. And how I did that is through a philosophy that I like to call grow where you're planted. So I was working for a software company as a technical writer. I was hired on there as a technical writer. At the time, I was studying for my Salesforce developer certification, and I found out very quickly that this company used Salesforce to manage their cases. And so I volunteered, I rose my hand that in addition to my existing duties, I asked if I could be included in some of the solution sessions that they were having with their Salesforce partner that they were using to solution some of their application builds. And also got involved in creating some workflow rules and some case assignment rules and that sort of thing. And I recall that was when I first started doing things like customer portals, which are now known as customer communities, and got the opportunity to do branding of a customer community and even speak at a conference on Salesforce Chatter. And so even though I was technically a technical writer at the time for this company, I was doing Salesforce related things that I could then in turn put on a resume. So once I got my certification, I updated my resume to have any and all relevant Salesforce experience I could muster, and updated my LinkedIn profile and updated my resume on the job boards. I started getting calls immediately. And so this idea of growing where you're planted means look for the opportunity to use Salesforce wherever you're at. If you're currently employed anywhere, find out first and foremost if they're using Salesforce in any capacity. If you can get your hands on a user license, even as an end user, that will help you immensely in understanding and applying what you've learned on the platform, and then work your way from there. And so you may be able to volunteer for some opportunities to do some administrative work. It doesn't hurt to ask, well, hey, can I get delegated administration rights or an administrator license? And here's what I'm studying, here's what I'm doing. Usually these organizations are hard pressed for help, and they're usually willing to grant you that access. There's other situations where you may be employed somewhere and they don't use Salesforce at all, and that's okay and that's fine. Sign up for a free Salesforce developer account, and you can use that account to then create customized applications for your current employer. And you can do it on your own time, as a learning exercise, and use that as a proof of concept to then show to the powers that be, to your supervisors, and really try to pinpoint or hone in on any sort of processes that tend to be email and spreadsheet heavy. And what I mean by that are, there's a lot of times there's processes that happen in a company where people are emailing back and forth a spreadsheet, and it's really unclear who made what edit and what's the latest version that's out there, what's the gold standard, what's the latest version of truth, and it's just a mess to manage. And so if you have any sort of scenario like that, you can very easily create a few custom objects and create some automation, and even utilize the few user licenses that are available through this developer account in order to spec out or build out a proof of concept for the company that you work for. What that does is that gives you real world experience and something you can put on a resume, and something that someone else could verify for you if you had a reference need or that sort of thing. So these free Salesforce developer accounts that they make available are not intended for production use. And so I'm not advocating creating something on these free accounts and then using it for the remainder of time. The idea of this is to give you experience, to build something out, and then if you get buy-in from your supervisors or the powers that be, and they see the value and the savings of time and money and effort, or just showing a better way of doing things, a lot of times that's what will convince decision makers to decide in favor of Salesforce and buy some licenses. And then from there you may find yourself in line for a promotion. But even then, it doesn't really matter, because if you were hired on as a technical writer, for instance, or whatever the case may be, if you're shifting gears and shifting to being a Salesforce administrator or Salesforce professional in any form or fashion, once you have the certification and you have one tidbit of experience on your resume, it's not going to be long before recruiters are hounding you. And so if your current employer looks at you as like, well, I hired you and I want to keep you in this square and this is where you belong, that's fine. Stay where you're at, grow where you're planted, but keep your options open, update your resume. And what I'm telling you is it's not going to be long before, if you interview well and you can handle yourself in an interview, then you shouldn't have a problem advancing the career ladder into the cloud. And with each of these steps, you can expect to be able to command a better salary. And then from there, the options are limitless as far as flexibility, like remote opportunities, and then just all the different career paths that you can take. I just want to encourage you to see this out and watch it play out, and not just look at the obstacles like, well, I don't have any experience. Well, get the experience. There's ways to do that. So grow where you're planted is the first principle. So grow where you're planted is the first principle. And then just real quickly, another way that you can do that is you can volunteer for a nonprofit organization. So there's a lot of nonprofit organizations out there that use Salesforce, and they're strapped for resources, they're strapped for finances, they're strapped for professionals that can come in and help them with their Salesforce instance and help, automate their fundraising efforts and that sort of thing. And I just got to say that any sort of Salesforce related work that you do for any nonprofit organization looks like gold on a resume, because that means you have Salesforce experience and you've done something for a nonprofit organization. Hiring managers tend to look favorably on these things, And I guess the barrier to entry is lower because you're volunteering your time. There's a lot of demand out there. So there's various websites out there that list volunteer opportunities for Salesforce. This goes to the core beliefs and the foundation that Salesforce is built upon. Mark Benioff's 111 initiative is a good example of how they believe in philanthropy, and Salesforce encourages their own employees to give back to their community and do nonprofit help and nonprofit work. And so not only that, but, and this is kind of a not well-known fact, a little tidbit or a little extra here at the end of the course, but you can get a 10-user nonprofit Salesforce org for your own nonprofit organization. If you're a part of like a Rotary Club or a church or something like that, you can sign up for and request a nonprofit instance of Salesforce. And that gives you 10 licenses with which to work, and you can then automate processes for your own nonprofit organization. And so it has to be a legitimate 501(c) organization, and they will ask for, verification and proper paperwork. And so this isn't, some loophole way to get a 10-user org. It has to be a legitimate instance. But so your paths to getting experience in the nonprofit world would be either with an existing organization that's looking for Salesforce help, or a nonprofit that you're a part of that you could then apply on the behalf of and get a 10-user license. And then you can, from there, start implementing Salesforce and setting it up. And then finally, if you're a veteran, you'll want to visit veterans.force.com. There's a lot of programs around getting veterans trained on the Salesforce platform, and also a lot of job assistance there. I know I've covered a lot of material, and so I'm going to make these links and resources available in the resources section of this lecture. You can take it from there. So if you've got your certification, go get your experience, go get you one or more jobs on the Salesforce platform. Hi guys, this is Mike Wheeler with MikeWheelerMedia.com. I'm coming to you from Seaside, Oregon, at the foot of the statue for Lewis and Clark, and it says "End of the Trail" here. And so they're inspirational figures in our history of the United States. That's because they ventured into the great unknown, and you probably feel a lot like these guys did whenever they were coming along across the country and going into areas that they're unfamiliar with. With the employment landscape today, it's hard to know where the jobs will be in the future, and you hear a lot about computers and robots even replacing and automating jobs and outplacing workers, and a lot of outsourcing to other countries. And you may be watching this from one of those countries that those jobs are outsourced to. And so regardless of where you find yourself today, you can rest assured that you can find good employment on the Salesforce platform. And so I want to talk about three primary paths that you can take in order to get your career into the cloud. The first one would be that of a Salesforce administrator. That's someone that does administration work on the Salesforce platform. It provides a good foundational basis for your understanding of the platform, and from there you can go into an advanced administrator route and certification. Another great option for you to pursue is that of a Salesforce developer. If you're familiar with coding, that's a good path to take into the cloud, and you can get up to speed very quickly if you have a background in Java or object-oriented principles. Then finally, you can also get work as either a consultant, a business analyst, or a project manager. And so the Salesforce Administration Certification is a good baseline knowledge and understanding in order to get started in that career path. So whenever you're going on a great adventure into the great unknown, there's a lot of times that you might be having a lot of fear. And I want to take your thinking away from this whole mindset of what if, like what if something bad happens, or with Lewis and Clark, I'm sure they were thinking, what if the weather doesn't cooperate? And right now I'm thinking, what if the traffic patterns don't cooperate with this video? But there's things that happen that are well beyond our control, and we don't know the future, but all we know and can control is what we do today. And so I want to encourage you to just go for it. And as we've got another bike crossing the path here, I'm sure there were a lot of obstacles that crossed these guys' paths, but the main point that I'm trying to make is, instead of, you can go ahead. People are really polite here. They're like not wanting to interrupt. So the main concept is that I want to take you from a place of what if to a place that I call why not. So we're going from what if to why not. So rather than when you're encountering this career change into the cloud, rather than thinking, well, what if I'm not smart enough to do this? Then instead I want you to couch that with why not? I want you to think, why not me? Why not us? Why can't the traffic stop while I'm trying to film? But that's okay. We can handle this. We might just leave all this in and not even edit it, because I mean, this is real life here. So, but I want to encourage you guys, because I get notes from people saying, well, maybe I'm not smart enough to work on the Salesforce platform. I am no genius. I'm no Einstein. I'm just a regular guy who saw an opportunity and went for it. And so 99.9% of you out there are just regular people looking for a career change. I'm speaking to you, okay, and that's who these courses are for. And so don't worry about it. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room. You don't need to be the smartest person in history. Lewis and Clark, I'm sure, felt inadequate at times and felt like imposters, like who are we to be venturing out into the great unknown like this? But you can do it, and the time is now. And so we're going to go from what if to why not. Why not me? Why not us? I want you to think that way and just go for it and not worry about it. Another helpful resource related to Salesforce are groups on LinkedIn. This is not something that's on the administrator exam, but something that's helpful in your job pursuits, whether you're certified or not, is to become a member of the various Salesforce groups that are out there. I'm logged into my own LinkedIn account right now, and I'm filtering the different groups that I'm currently in by the term Salesforce. You can also do a search for the term Salesforce here for groups as well. And I'm just going to scroll through and highlight some of these real quick. There's a Salesforce Power Users group and Salesforce Professionals. One especially that you can become a member of is the Salesforce Certification group. This is one that's administered by Salesforce, and once you are certified, you can request to be added to this group, and that's a way of also verifying that you're certified. And that's not so important nowadays because Salesforce does provide verification of people's certifications through their own website, through certification.salesforce.com. But this is another good LinkedIn group that's out there. There's other groups around different topics such as Salesforce integration. There's study groups that are out there that can help you study for an exam. There's Salesforce job-related groups. Things around the Service Cloud, for instance, or if you're in a certain industry, you may find such as Salesforce Insurance Group. That might be helpful. And then things for even remote or part-time projects. That's one of the nice things about this Salesforce ecosystem and being a Salesforce professional is there's a lot of opportunities for freelance work, side work, part-time work, remote work, etc. And as well, here's for developers, contractors, freelancers. Here's a group even for example certification questions, and then just different consulting groups. Here's a local Nashville users group that I'm a part of, and they'll have different meetup information. Salesforce for nonprofits. I've mentioned previously that you can volunteer for a nonprofit, get experience that way. And then also there's even statewide networking groups. I'm not even sure why I'm part of the Texas networking group, but I am. So why not? And then Salesforce training, for example. So keep in mind LinkedIn as a valuable resource as you're starting out, especially in trying to break into the various Salesforce careers that are out there. You can become part of these groups and start to network virtually through LinkedIn. A very powerful tool, very useful, and a good way to keep up to date with what's going on and learning and getting to know others doing the same. Okay, now we're going to talk about help and also the Salesforce Success community. Anytime you're logged into Salesforce and you need to access the online help, you simply click on the help link here in the top right next to the application drop-down menu. And that opens up a help and training link for Salesforce. If you're already logged into Salesforce, you'll be automatically logged into the help and training. And then from here, you can search knowledge, articles, best practices, etc. And so if you needed help, for instance, on approval processes, you could do a search. And I'm just doing this search as an example, and it comes up with a list of results for you. Top results, here's documentation for how to create an approval process, a lot of different developer documentation as you scroll down, and just a whole lot of page links for additional results. You can narrow that down to be able to see different answers related to approval processes. And these are questions and answers or Q&As here, where you see examples of where your search term appears. You can also see items related to your search term, specifically on the App Exchange. And here's just an example of an app on the App Exchange called Approval Manager, for instance, or another one called Approval Analytics. As you can see, there's 1,162 results there. Articles related to your search term. You could also get developer-related information in the developer forums, and then other options here for training, ideas, known issues, marketing cloud, and videos. So there's a lot to search through here. And so also these other tabs here, beyond help and training, you can hit answers. And that takes you to a section for questions and answers where you can go and do a search and see if a question that you have similarly has already been answered by someone or not. If you don't find a result, you can post your own question and get answers. You can also access upcoming events through the Success community, through the Events tab, such as Dreamforce. You can register, that sort of thing. And then as well, there's a collaboration tab here in the Success community where you can collaborate with others. And here's where you get into the Success community chatter feed, and you can become a part of different groups. You can join like the All Dreamforce group, for instance. You can also access ideas. And here's where people post ideas, and this is based off of the ideas standard object that is in Salesforce that you may run across from time to time, especially in a Service Cloud environment. And this is where you can submit ideas to Salesforce for features that you would like to see them enable or enhance on the platform, and open these up to the community to vote on. And you can see some of the ideas that are getting votes or attention, for example. And then there's a section for feature groups as well. And these are various success resources where you can join different groups based on interest. And you see here, you can browse even by product, etc. We've got groups by region, women and tech user groups, industry user groups, nonprofit user groups, product user groups, and then more links down here, such as known issues, which you may have the occasional known issue. So there's a lot that you can access through the Salesforce Success community. And once again, that's available at success.salesforce.com. And then as well, you can access the help and training, which I mentioned previously. And then I also want to show you that you can hit help and training either through the Success community, or if you're logged in through Salesforce, clicking the help link here. And so the help and training has the link to the Success community. It has quick links to getting started, has links to documentation. Here's where you would go into technical support. You click go here to log a case, for instance, with Salesforce. You may need something enabled in your org, and you would log a case for Salesforce to take care of that for you. There's a section on Lightning Experience and how to get started on that. Release readiness, and you can join the group related to that, so you get alerts on each major release, and so you can be prepared for those and preview those in advance and make sure any functionality you've built on the platform is ready for the next release. You can access your billing and invoicing, so that if you need to see what you've spent on Salesforce or what licenses you're paying for, you go here. There's additional links scrolling downward for Salesforce Trailhead, which are guided paths for learning and interactive where you earn badges. And there's also a group for Salesforce developers and a developer library that you can go to from here. There's training and certification, and this is where it would get into helping you find your certification path and registering for an exam and that sort of thing, and finding a course as well if you want to go on site somewhere and pay like $3,000 or $4,000 to attend a class. That's usually something that a company would fund for you. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a class such as this that is much more affordable and covers a lot of the same things. But if you like a classroom session and are able to do that, you can research that there. So then there's additional help and training that you can explore at your leisure. So help and training and the Salesforce Success community are very helpful resources available to you. So I encourage you to check those out as you have time and as you have questions. And even if you find yourself looking for an answer and Googling and find yourself Googling for an answer. A lot of times it'll direct you to the success community or the help documentation or developer documentation. So you'll be running across this as you progress on the platform. So be sure to make use of these resources. Okay, next we're going to talk about trust.salesforce.com. And so if you go to that address, trust.salesforce.com, you'll come up with this page here that I'm showing. And this site is helpful for telling if there's any sort of performance issues happening on Salesforce or if there's any sort of maintenance windows going on. And so the first thing that you need to know is the server instance for your own Salesforce org. So right now in this org of mine, you notice that I'm on NA30, that's North America 30. So if you go to trust.salesforce.com, you can click on this link here where it says all instances are available, or click on the status tab. Either way will take you to a list of all Salesforce instances that will also give you the current status of each, and also a history over the past 24 hours to show if there's been any sort of performance degradation or downtime. Right now, all server instances are available for Salesforce as of right now, and it's grouped by North American instances. And then below that, you'll see APAC for Asia Pacific, and then next is EMEA. And then finally, sandbox instances as well, which have these CS numeric values. And so, as I pointed out earlier on my Salesforce org, I'm on NA30. Okay, so if I wanted to see the maintenance schedule for that particular server, I could find it here in the list and then click on it. And this shows me that it's currently available. And then you can see the maintenance calendar for this month for this particular server. And on Saturday, February 13th, there was the Spring 16 major release that went out to these particular servers at this time from 6 to 6:05 UTC. So it's a 5-minute downtime while they updated those servers to the Spring 16 release. That's one of the 3 major releases each year that Salesforce does, and they roll that out across various servers at various times. There's an upcoming maintenance window here on this Sunday date. If I click on that, that shows that there's a live agent system maintenance window, and it looks like that during this maintenance, there's certain functionality that will be unavailable 2 times for 10 minutes. And so live agent and omni-channel are service cloud functionalities. Don't get bogged down in that. And also I just want to mention as well that trust.salesforce.com is not on the certification test. This is more intended to help you as an administrator. Helpful tip here at the tail end of this course to recognize a resource that's out there, because oftentimes you'll have people come to you and say that there's a situation that their Salesforce instance is running slow, and you can then see if there is an issue with the server that you're on, or if it could be network issues or internet connectivity issues at your office. So in addition to the status tab, there's also a calendar tab as well. And this is Salesforce-wide, the various maintenance windows and release cycle windows that are out there. And you can click on those to see what's happening on each server during those different dates, and it gives you more details. So then as well, the performance tab, this gives you a daily transaction count and daily transaction speed over the past 30 days. And then down at the bottom, it gives you the total number of transactions by day and the average transaction time in milliseconds. And you'll notice as well that weekdays tend to be higher traffic than weekends, which makes sense. And the heavier days of traffic are approaching almost 4 billion transactions a day. And that's all transactions occurring across all Salesforce instances worldwide each day. So as well, if there's a slower performance day, it may be attributable to a high traffic or high volume day in general for Salesforce. And so you can see the numbers here and see what sort of load that they're under across all of their various data centers across the globe. Moving onward to the security tab, this is where you can find information on recent email threats, and it gives you more details around that and samples of email images and technical details, for instance. And you can then see these different dates around certain recent email threats or phishing scams, fraudulent emails where people will email you trying to get access to your Salesforce instance. So you always want to be wary of those sorts of things. And so you can go to the security tab to learn more about recent email security issues, for instance. If you click on the Learn tab, you'll see some information around security and privacy. These are real helpful links as far as for data centers. This gives you more detail around Salesforce's data centers and how there's access control, environmental controls, power, network, et cetera, et cetera. Several years ago, when cloud computing in general was newer, there was a lot more concerns around security, and people had a hard time letting go of control of moving things off-site. And instead, they felt more comfortable with having on-premise data centers that they could see and touch and keep tabs on. And so for cloud computing to really take off, Salesforce and other companies had to address those very real security concerns. And so these sections here under security give more detail around how those common questions and concerns can be answered to those that are considering using Salesforce, or if you yourself have concerns about the cloud in general. These sorts of sections here under security and privacy can help allay some of those fears. And so beyond the data center information, there's also security information around threats. This is information around phishing and malware and that sort of thing, and how Salesforce does things to help you spot suspicious emails, for instance, suspicious links, et cetera, et cetera. And then best practices. This gives you more details for administrators, et cetera, for best practices and doing things such as implementing IP restrictions or two-factor authentication, and other options as far as best practices for security, password policies, and that sort of thing. And then for the API documentation, you can select an API endpoint for more information, such as information around instances, calendars, transactions, and I'll leave that to you to explore that further. Going back to the Learn tab as well, for privacy, there's several laws that have been passed globally regarding privacy, etc. The United States, Canada, European Union, Asia Pacific. And so Salesforce has put all of their laws that they are compliant with here in this section. And then speaking of compliant, this compliance section has to do with the different compliance standards that Salesforce meets and that are sometimes geographically specific. And so you might be part of an organization or institution that is looking for certain compliance or audit compliance, etc. So you can find more details around the different compliance standards that Salesforce meets by going to this tab. And then finally, protection. So this goes into the information handling practices inside of Salesforce and how they take security seriously, and you can review that as well. So going back to the first page of trust.salesforce.com on the splash screen, you've got the tabs here across the top, and then you can see very quickly right now that all systems are go, all instances are available. If there were issues, it would say something like 2 instances affected or that sort of thing. And then scrolling down, there's just some, generic information there. And then, I showed earlier the transactions and the milliseconds, and then some clicks to some updated security information. But let's go back to the instances real quick to round this out. Although all instances are currently up, you can see historically over the past 24 hours, there are a couple of instances where there's been some downtime or some performance degradation, such as NA12 here. If I click on this, that shows that there was a performance degradation from 2045 to 2108 UTC, and it gives you more details on what occurred and what the root cause was and what the resolution was. And so you can then pinpoint what happened during a specific time if there were performance issues, and if you're curious what that was about, you can go and track that down historically. So everything is clickable, and you can then troubleshoot further from there. So next we'll go into help and training, another helpful resource as you administer on the platform. Hi guys, this is Mike Wheeler from MikeWheelerMedia.com. I wanted to take a few moments to highlight and show you a few things that have been in the news recently that are things that I point to at least to confirm that we're on the right track here as far as investing time and interest in Salesforce and learning the platform in order to enhance our skills and to improve our career outlook into the future. Whether you're someone that's in the midlife stage and looking to do a career pivot or towards the end of your career and trying to ride out the last decade of your career in a meaningful way, or if you're someone fresh out of college or even high school looking to make that jump directly into the cloud at the beginning of your career, Salesforce skills are in high demand in 2017 as CIO reports. And I wanted to highlight a few articles here. This came out on February 13th of 2017. And in this particular report, they reference a study that was done by an organization called Burning Glass. You see this link to the actual report. And they have analyzed their proprietary database of more than 100 million job postings collected across over 40,000 sites and found that more than 300,000 job postings between July of 2015 and June of 2016 called for Salesforce skills. And so the gist of this is that you're seeing that Salesforce is now the 7th most in-demand software skill, which is up from number 18 just 4 years ago. Well, the press is beginning to catch on, and also these studies are being done and showing that the 7th most in-demand skill up from 18th just 4 years ago, and that puts these skills ahead of Python and .NET and C++, for example. And so it puts it more in line with commonly used applications such as Adobe Photoshop, which is a household name. And so I want to show you as well, and some of these other things I'm going to point to, how Salesforce is well on their way to becoming a household name because of this trajectory and growth. So I want you to be sure and look up this article from CIO, and I'll provide links to this as well in the resources section. And then as well, beyond this particular report, placing Salesforce as the 7th most in-demand IT skill in all job postings, we have the top 10 list for jobs to have in 2017 according to the jobs website, Indeed.com. Now, they're referencing a study that Indeed.com did, and this is USA Today, and they've got information here or a list of the most in-demand and profitable jobs you can be in today, and there's full-stack developer, data scientist, etc. What's interesting on this list is 2 of the top 10 jobs are Salesforce related. At number 4 is Salesforce Administrator, and then number 6 is Salesforce Developer. So I've got courses around both of these paths, the Salesforce Administrator Certification course, and then I've got a Platform App Builder course, which is the beginning track for Salesforce developers. Then as well, if you have these skills, you really are a cloud engineer, and so a lot of these are related to Salesforce. But a great report, though, to see is that USA Today is reporting on this list in conjunction with Indeed.com some of these salaries. For example, they give Salesforce Administrator average salaries almost $90,000. And then developer salaries exceed 6 figures. Then as well, here's a recent article in InfoWorld, and it's saying hot job alert, become a Salesforce coder. I had the opportunity to be interviewed by Bruce Harpham, who wrote this article, and so you'll see me quoted in here as well. There I am. But anyway, and it's got links to a couple of my courses on Udemy, and then as well some more information around not only myself but other people that are working on the platform, and provides the perspective of several different people beyond myself that work on the platform or place people in jobs on the platform. Kind of gives you a history of why Salesforce is as successful as it is, and talks about the shortage of talent. And so that's on Infoworld.com. And then finally, another point to ponder or consider is the Salesforce Tower. Now, this may seem like not that big of a deal, but I want you to think about the implications of the Salesforce Tower. Now, if you go to salesforcetower.com, you can see a virtual tour of what this will look like when it's all built and done. And so this is the new skyline of San Francisco, and you'll notice that it towers over the Transamerica building, and it's reshaping the skyline of San Francisco. And so you think about all the different sporting events and live events that are broadcast from San Francisco and the millions of people that visit. And so this is going to be a very prominent feature of the skyline in the not too distant future. And so here's a rendering of what it's going to look like. And there's also a construction cam. If you click here, you can see where things are at, and you can see a time lapse of the construction progress of the Salesforce Tower. And they're nearing the top here, actually. It's a pretty impressive building. It's not only is Salesforce going to be taking over the San Francisco skyline, but there are also, there's Salesforce Towers now popping up in London and in New York City and Indianapolis and several other cities across the globe. And so you're going to have people for the first time being exposed to Salesforce, not through software, but through architecture and through new buildings popping up and changing the horizon and the landscape and the skyline of cities. And so that's going to raise the visibility of Salesforce as well. And so I think that these 4 things in particular are things for you to consider as you're looking into going into Salesforce for a career, and keeping in mind that it is an attainable path that is that can be done by people of really any age range, either fresh out of school or in the middle of your career or towards the tail end of your career. There's different paths available for administrators, developers, architects, implementation experts, consultants, business analysts, project managers, etc. It is such a robust platform that you just might find a satisfying career if you look into this. And so I want to encourage you to check out Salesforce Tower, the InfoWorld article, the USA Today article, and as well the CIO article, and then decide for yourself if Salesforce is for you. Okay, so let's talk about the different certification options that Salesforce provides. And so this is an ever-expanding list that seems to be growing with each passing month. Salesforce is coming out with more and more certifications. And so if you go to certification.salesforce.com, you'll arrive at this homepage, and there's different links for credentials and schedules and then verification and support. But I want to hone in on the credentials link here. And so this takes you to a page with the different credential options for administrators, app builders, architects, implementation experts, marketers, Pardot experts, and platform developers. Now, if I go back to the certification homepage and hover over credentials, there's also a new link here for specialists. I wanted to highlight this, and this is an update for the Spring 17 release cycle for Salesforce. There's a brand new certification known as the Salesforce Certified CPQ Specialist Credential. And so a CPQ, that stands for Configure, Price, Quote. There's a lot of different tools available out there to be able to do CPQ functionality, and that has to do with quoting and configuring products and price books and discount schedules. These are really complex and involved things that you can do on the Salesforce platform. There's a lot of confusion around it, and so it's hard to find people that know what they're doing in this realm. And when I've put together the training in the admin course, I went into a lot of the different scheduling options for products and different features of price books as well. But this sort of certification here would go really in depth in these areas as well. So in addition to this CPQ specialist, you have your traditional ones, such as the administrator certification and the advanced administrator as well. And these have been around for a while, and these are often referred to as the admin 201 and the admin 301 certifications. The one to highlight here is the Salesforce certified administrator. That is a prerequisite for a lot of the other consultant certifications, and it really covers the fundamentals of the platform. And then as well, you've got the app builder certification. This is platform app builder, and this is what was formerly the developer 401 or the force.com developer certification, which has now since been retired. And so that one is going away in favor of the platform app builder certification. I do have a course on that as well to fully prepare you for that certification. And then we've got the architect tracks. Now this is where they've really started to explode in the number of particular certifications. And so you see we've got data architecture and management designer, development lifecycle and deployment designer, and a whole lot more. I'm not going to read all of these for sake of time, but what's really of interest is the Salesforce architect journey. And so you've got your related certification here at the bottom, which is certified administrator. And that's optional, but it's saying, you know, a foundation that you need to have on a platform would be administrator related. And then these two paths that ultimately lead to the certified technical architect. Just below that is the domain architect, and there's two different ones. There's there's the Certified System Architect and Certified Application Architect. And so then below that, you have your specialization. So there's different certifications that appear for these, and this image is not that great when you zoom in, so I'm going to stop that. But you see here there's some optional certifications on either side, and then you see as well the Platform App Builder is on this side. One that's shared across the two different paths is the Platform Developer 1, and that's the new Advanced Developer Certification that's taken the place of the old Developer 501 certification. There's actually a Certified Platform Developer 1 and then a Platform Developer 2. But as far as an architect goes, you've got to pass the Platform Developer 1 on either side of these two paths, and then there's different specializations, and then you ultimately become either Certified Application Architect or a Certified System Architect. Then once you get both of these, you can sit for the Technical Architect exam, and there's also a board presentation, and that's pretty involved. But you can find out more information around the different paths you can take by exploring these different links here. So such as the Technical Architect, you click on that. That gives you the architect journey overview and the things that you'll have to do as well. And so then beyond that, some of the consultant certifications you'll find in the Implementation Experts section here. And so here we have the Salesforce Certified Community Cloud Consultant. This is a newer certification around the Community Cloud, which used to be known as portals. You can exemplify, you have expertise building out communities with this certification. Then you've got the Marketing Cloud Consultant. This has to do with ExactTarget, which is the marketing cloud now for Salesforce. They acquired ExactTarget a few years ago, and that's really used for business to consumer marketing is where you'll find ExactTarget functionality. Now, if you're dealing with business to business marketing, then you'll be dealing with Pardot. That's the B2B or business to business marketing solution that Salesforce provides, and they also have a consultant certification for Pardot. And then as well, some of the older certifications that are out there is the Sales Cloud Consultant and the Service Cloud Consultant certifications. I do hold these two certifications as well and am in the process of creating courses for these. So be looking for updates on the release of those courses soon. And then I do plan to get these other certifications. Ultimately, I hope to get as many certifications as time will allow, and then train others on how to do likewise, basically. So that's the Implementation Experts section. And then beyond that, there's an additional section for marketers. There's a little bit of overlap. There's that same Marketing Cloud Consultant certification that was under Implementation Experts. But then beyond that, there's a couple of other marketing specific certifications, and one is the Marketing Cloud Email Specialist, and then there's the Marketing Cloud Social Specialist, and these have to do with ExactTarget as well. And so you may just be interested in doing the social marketing or the email marketing, and so there's certifications for those. So you have to become pretty familiar with ExactTarget functionality in order to pass those exams. And then beyond that, there's Pardot Experts. There's Salesforce Certified Pardot Consultant. I believe that's the same one that was in the Implementation Experts. And then there's a Salesforce Certified Pardot Specialist. And so that's another credential around Pardot, the business-to-business marketing platform from Salesforce. And now finally, platform developers. This is what was formerly the Advanced Developer Certification, has been split in two and is now called Platform Developer 1 and Platform Developer 2. And so that rounds out all of the different certifications that are available, and those are really segmented once again under Administrator, App Builder, Architect, Implementation Expert, Marketers, Pardot Experts, Platform Developers, and Specialists. I expect to see this list and number of certifications to continue to grow as Salesforce expands and matures over time and gets into different specific verticals. I imagine we're going to see certifications around the Commerce Cloud and the Health Cloud and the Government Cloud. I can see there being a need for certification around nonprofit organizations as well, and people implementing the Nonprofit Starter Pack for Salesforce. And so I wanted to at least get an update out there, since there's been a lot of updates coming from Salesforce University. They've done a great job in being able to provide people the path and opportunity to exemplify their expertise in certain areas of the platform. And so if you're thinking about a certification, the usual path to go is to start with the administrator exam and get that certification. That gets you the foundations of the platform, and I think that's why it's listed first here in the drop down and on the website. And then from there you can decide to go the path of of either a consultant, an architect, or a developer, or a marketer, or one of these ones that we've talked about. And really the underpinning of that, of a lot of these, is administrator. Now, if you're a natural born coder or coming from a Java or object-oriented background and are just interested in coding, you don't need to worry about so much the administrator path. I know you'll want to just dive right into the development path. I understand that. And so it is a good idea, though, to still get those fundamentals of the platform covered by being familiar with the administrator certification, at least, so that you understand some of the security model. But if you want to go the technical architect route, you'll cover a lot of that as well. And so, anyways, to wrap this up, be sure and check out certification.salesforce.com. And then beyond that, you can also hit the schedules for maintenance exams, programming assignments, and review boards. And then as well, you can verify your own or other people's credentials by typing in their name or email address and then searching for their certifications and verifying certifications as well. So you can view those, and here's the 6 that I currently hold. And so until next time, this is Mike Wheeler from Mike Wheeler Media. Thank you for watching.